This is
Hello.
good. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Lots of great folks in the chat there. Thank you for joining. I see somebody waving. That would be who? I can't see that person anymore. Sam, thank you for your wave. Welcome all. Thank you for joining us for this PI19 community meeting. It's very exciting to see all of you there in the chat. And just so that we know who you are, feel free to go into the chat area, say a quick hello, tell us where you're connecting from. We typically tend to have a very varied audience in terms of time zone and where people are connecting from. So it would be good to see where you all are connecting from. So just pop into the chat, say a quick hello, let us know where you're connecting from. And as you do that, I will read some of the responses. Hey, Ibrahim from Sudan, welcome. Excellent, that's great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Jane from Johannesburg. Good morning, Miller. Miller, it's probably like what, 2 a.m. your time? Thank you for connecting from Seattle. Me is in New York, Rajesh is in Canada, welcome. Yes, Omar, thank you for joining us from Australia. Matt is in Seattle, thank you for waking up early this morning. Amit, thank you for joining us from Germany. Great. We've got William from Myanmar, Godfrey from SA. We've got somebody from the UK Midlands. Jason, excellent. Pedro from Lisbon, one of my favorite cities in the entire world. And Sam is in Hyderabad, India. Thank you so much for joining. It's great to see you all and to have you all here. Brian, thank you for joining us from Texas. It's one of those time zones that completely throws me off sometimes. Excellent. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you all for joining us from wherever it is you're joining us from. It's one of the most exciting times of the year, second to Christmas, when we come together and share updates and give, just have a good sense of, get a sense of the community that we are and what we've been up to over the last PI, over the last 13 weeks in PI 18. And so we've got an excellent agenda lined up for you for the next couple of days. So for those of you who may not be familiar with this community or how we run this program, this event is a fully virtual meeting, which means we're all hanging out here on Zoom. We do have the Mojaloop Slack, and if you go to the Mojaloop Slack, there is a channel specifically for PI19. Those of you already in that channel just got a little notification. So if you're not aware, we will put the link in the chat for you to join Zoom, to join the Slack. So any conversations, any questions around any topics or presentations you hear on this platform or throughout the next 3 days, please feel free to pop into Slack. A lot of the community members are there. Feel free to post your questions, either during a session or after a session, or even before a session. I'm sure the speakers will be happy to respond to those therein. You're also welcome to use the chat. I see most of you already know how to use the chat, so thank you for joining in there. I will be looking through the chat and alerting any speakers of any conversations or any questions that are posted there. So do feel free to make use of that. This morning, unfortunately, we do not have Paula. She's out sick, but she does send you regards. And she hopes that we have an excellent convening. So keep in your thoughts and prayers. This morning, we will start our session with a couple of updates from the foundation and the community. We've got pretty much everyone on staff today. We've got Nick Drury, we've got Paul Macon, Steve Haley, and Isaac Achenja with us this morning. So the next hour and a bit, we will get to hear a couple of updates. But before then, I'd like to, if Miller, if you're awake enough and had a cup of coffee, if you'd like to just come off mute and give everybody a quick welcome.
So thanks, Simeon.
Yeah.
I am at least awake. I said that I would rise, but I refuse to shine at this hour. Well, greetings, everyone. Obviously, we are virtual again this time, but it was nice to see everyone in Arusha, and we're looking forward to seeing you again in Zanzibar. And I know that Simeon's got a packed agenda for us. I won't take long here. I do think that we have some good momentum forming, though, with the adoptions of Mojaloop. I'm thinking now of course, of Tanzania, who were the first to adopt, Rwanda, and we have some new ones that are coming in. But of course, our friends from Myanmar here as well. And really, the focus seems to be shifting at this point to adoption and acceleration of those deployments. So I'm really interested to hear how things go this week. We're getting to a point where I think we're nearly ready with another release forming of the infrastructure as code to simplify deployments of the software. And of course, we've got some progress that will be reported out on the design for the vNext architecture and for the infamous Tiger Beetle. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that. That's, I mean, a pretty full agenda. I know we only have 3 days, but I think it's a largely technical program this time. And with that, let's get started. I'll hand it back to you, Simeon. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Miller. And again, thank you for being up this early to welcome us. So there are two things I'd like to highlight just before I pass it to Nick, the director of the Mojaloop CBDC Center of Excellence. In the last convening, there are a couple of things were introduced, and these themes we'd like to keep going. One of them is, as you've heard Miller say, is we're actively trying to get the voices of adopters in the convening, and that's something that hopefully we'll be able to continue seeing here. But also, as things evolve and as the focus has been on increasing traction with adoption development, that has affected certain aspects of our development work, our organization as a community. So we hope to hear updates on that this morning as well. But to kick things off, just before I pass it to Nick, I also want you to be aware of some housekeeping. In the last virtual convening, we had during the breaks our trivia, the Mojaloop trivia, and the current Mojaloop trivia champion is Mr. Sam Kumari. This convening, Sam, you have an opportunity to defend your title one more time. And so during the breaks, don't be too quickly to go and don't head off too quickly to rush and get your coffee. We've baked in enough time during our breaks for you all to be able to participate in the trivia session. Feel free to dethrone Sam, challenge to everyone. I'm sure that will be a fun time together. So to kick things off, I will pass it over to Mr. Nick Jury. Nick, ready?
Thank you very much indeed, Simeon. And welcome everyone, wherever you are calling in from. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening if you're in Southeast Asia, where I'm calling in from, in Singapore to be specific. I'm delighted to join you on this occasion, particularly as the director for the Centre of Excellence for Central Bank Digital Currencies, having been recently launched on the 20th of June. And I think this marks a significant milestone in Mojaloop's promise to advance financial inclusion in emerging markets. The new COE will help accelerate the broader adoption of cross-border payment platforms, and we're hoping it essentially benefit many more populations of entire emerging markets. For those of you who may not be so familiar, Singapore is very much in the middle of a very interesting association of countries which are very varied in size, from Indonesia, which is about the same size as the US in terms of population, to other countries, 9 or 10 or so in the ASEAN region, over 660 million people to date, and awful lot of opportunities here to be able to progress financial inclusion, to improve the provision of digital and other financial services. And as the data shows, we only have around 40% of the Asian populations which actually have access to financial services. So we have quite a long way to go yet before we can really talk about universal financial inclusion, specifically in the Asia Pacific region. But I'm absolutely delighted and really excited to be with you today, and particularly in my capacity as the director for the Centre of Excellence, because this space is really so important. And as many of you are probably aware already, there's well over 80% now of central banks around the world which are actively looking at central bank digital currencies as a way to improve quality and provision of payment services. And so this issue, as with many others in financial services, is with us to stay. And the question, as always, is how do we design the system or systems, how do we implement those systems, and then how do we operate those systems in such a way that it benefits everyone, not just a small sector of the economy or of the population. So I'm really excited to be with you today. How are we going to do it? So the Centre of Excellence is a collaborative body, and as mentioned, we'll be looking at ways in which CBDCs have the potential to make a wider spectrum of Mojaloop's capabilities available to central banks and to their citizens, merchants, and other digital financial institutions. So we'll be extending Mojaloop's ecosystem engagement in the region, so that the Centre of Excellence itself can collaborate with regional organisations focused around developing these open and inclusive digital payment systems. Singapore has a fairly long track record of innovative capability, and it's with the regulator stroke central bank here, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, that we have really been able to kickstart this particular initiative. And again, because it's a global hub for cross-border payments innovation, but also through the linkages of those 10 member countries of ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, as well as also the African countries outside the region, that we're really hoping to be able to make tangible progress over the next few weeks and months and into the future. So we aim to align with the G20 goals to address the frictions in global cross-border payments, and having this Centre of Excellence based out of Singapore will really enable us, to drive this engagement and collaboration both within Singapore, but also across the ASEAN region more effectively. And also to investigate across the region how to really remove those restrictive hurdles and high fees that have been barriers to financial inclusion historically. Just a word about what we are doing right at the moment, sort of in tangible terms. So we are currently building up the terms of reference and the members for the working groups that we're planning to have as an integral part of the Centre of Excellence. One will focus, not surprisingly, on the technological aspects of the development of CBDCs. There is likely also to be another working group which will focus more on the non-technical, the strategic foci around CBDCs. And in any case, we will be having these working groups probably every couple of weeks, or at least a month, we will see how that goes with the members of the two groups as we develop outwards. In terms of the sort of potential collaborative projects that we have in mind, and again, bear in mind that this also will need to be agreed and to go through the usual governance processes to do with Mojaloop. But essentially, some of our key priority collaborative projects are likely to include the following. Firstly, domestic clearing with settlement in CBDCs. So that will be access to domestic payment systems, and that being limited to entities that have access to settlement facilities with central bank. And that project will probably test the use of Mojaloop as a central clearing system with settlement via external CBDCs. Domestic issuance and clearing of CBDCs, again extending Mojaloop as a system of record for issuance of an account-based wholesale CBDC. We'll be looking at various pilots, cross-border payments pilots. This will involve multiple intermediaries, and we'll test the use of CBDCs in pilots involving pairs of emerging economies. And we can assume, and this will assume the use of Mojaloop Core as part of the pilot itself. We will also focus a lot on financial inclusion workshops and hackathons. The unbanked communities run the risk of being excluded from the digital economy as we gravitate towards digital payments. And there is, as you can imagine from the data that I shared with you earlier, there's a very high level of cash floating around the economies in this part of the world. So the hackathon will invite participation to examine how universal access digital currency issued by a non-profit entity, for example, or a government body could integrate the unbanked communities in a more seamless way. There will also be, hackathons around problem statements, considerations around policy, supervisory controls in thematic areas, for example, like KYC, AML, CFT, and so on. And then last but not least, CBDC toolkit. So we'll be hoping to develop a set of resources that will serve as a starting point for launching CBDC initiatives. And some of the potential resources that have been identified would be development of reference architecture, sample code, policy considerations for issuing a CBDC, and then also identifying standard interfaces, data models for integrating with traditional payment rails and Mojaloop itself. So there will be plenty of other things happening along the way. This is really just a taster, just as an opener. My role will really be to drive the Centre of Excellence forwards and to listen very carefully to all partners, all players within the ecosystem, and to ensure that we can make tangible progress towards, our final goal, which is, of course, universal financial inclusion. But very excited to be with you today. Welcome your inputs, welcome your participation, and very much look forward to your support, because it's not just here in Asia that we want to be collaborating around CBDCs. There's an awful lot of work going on elsewhere in the world, particularly in Africa and other regions. And it's the collaboration, between public and private sector that really makes the difference. So I want to encourage all of you, wherever you're based, whether you're in Asia or not, you're all welcome to join this conversation and to help us, drive financial inclusion forwards for the greater good, for the good of everyone. I'll stop there, Simin, and pass back to you. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nick. Just for those who may not be aware, we have a wholesale CBDC channel on Slack. I just posted that in the meeting. Feel free to join that. That's where you can find Nick and participate virtually in the Mojaloop CBDC Center of Excellence activities. So feel free to join in there. I will pass it now to Steve Haley to give us updates on deployments and partnerships and market and all things market development. Steve.
All right. Thanks, Simeon. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. All right. Let me go ahead and my screen. Perfect. Okay, and first thing I'd like to do is ask Desire to go ahead, and we're going to talk about the market development partnerships team, which includes Desire. So if she can go ahead and show her face and wave to everybody, please.
Hi, everyone.
How'd it go? Thanks, Desire. So I think a lot of you know Desire, and I'll be going through what some more updates are, what we're working on these days. But for a lot of these things, you're going to need to reach out to her to talk to her about it, because yeah, she does a lot more than me on this. All right, so I'm going to go through a couple of things today. I'm going to go through where our deployments are right now, some of the main ones that we're focused on in the community. I know there are a number of things happening out there that we're not privy to, we're not able to talk about because this is a commercial thing. A lot of you will have commercial work that you're doing that you don't want to share, and that's totally fine. Then I'm going to go through some things that we work on that are the challenges of that we face with our deployments. And I think, like Miller said, the main focus that we have right now is on deployments. And I've had this conversation with a large number of you over the past couple of years of what are some of these challenges that we have in deployments, and we really want to tackle them. And so this is why I want to discuss this. And then some of the solutions that we're going to be working on during this PI towards that. So I know that the vast majority of you are much more focused on the technology, and on the product. Some of this touches into the product, so I want you to pay attention of how those of us who are focused on the deployments and the market development feel like we need to improve on the product. So hopefully that can give you some focus. But also a lot of you understand the product better than anyone. And so I would like to ask for your contributions in terms of how do we think and talk about the product. And then I'd also like to ask for your recommendations of who we should be bringing into the community from the business side. We've been talking about this for years. Leslie Ann talked about this and did a lot of work towards it. We really want to focus on it in the next PI of bringing on more of the business-minded folks that work on deployments. And I see Mike is there, so he is one. And we'd like to get more people like that out into the community. And so that's what the purpose of this is, more of a call to action for bringing in more members of the community who would care to help us with these things. With that, I'm going to go quickly through the deployments. Most of you already know about TIPS, the Tanzania Instant Payment System. I've seen a few people from the Tanzanian market in the audience today, so that's great. We don't need to talk too much about it, but we do know that the closed users group testing is happening. Most of you know that the next convening is going to be in Zanzibar. We're going to hope to demonstrate some of the progress that's been made. So stay tuned for that and book your flights to Zanzibar because it's exciting. You actually see it live. We've got the Myanmar Microfinance Digitization Project, which is under the scheme of WinePay. And we talked about this a lot with our partner FitsaWorks, who is now the hub operator, which was a Myanmar system integrator, now regional system integrator, that's really taken on the mantle for Mojaloop in the region. The exciting news on this project is that recently FitsaWorks was awarded some assistance from MAS to look at the cross-border use case together with Visa for both Myanmar and Philippines. So that's going to help us actually start talking about Mojaloop in the Philippines, and that's building off of a project that Visa and Modusbox had done last year. So very exciting news for that system, for that deployment, is the move into cross-border. We've got the Rwanda National Digital Payment System, and we're actually not going to call it 2.0. There's only one system, but also very exciting that the Rwanda government has decided to go ahead and move forward with Mojaloop. And so very excited that African Under folks are in the room today because we're excited to partner with them on this journey that we'll be seeing over the next couple of years with Rwanda. And that ties into, I think, the next thing I'd like to talk about with our strategy, which again, I'm going to be asking for some of your help on, is a key country focus. So the problem, not the platform, the problem is we have limited resources and we have a really big world. There are only so many places that we can go to. And so one of the solutions we're looking at and hoping to develop is identifying key hub countries in each region that become a launch point for that region. And we'll focus the SI Mojaloop capacity, and the SIs already have capacity, focus their capacity around Mojaloop in those specific hubs to then expand into the geography. And Rwanda is a great example of where we're seeing that, where I think we've got something like 4 Rwandan SIs registered for this convening today, which is incredibly exciting and shows what happens when a country says, hey, we're interested in this technology. The private sector follows. And so that's where we want to really focus those the work of those SIs into the product work streams to make sure that they're contributing. So again, we haven't defined this regional strategy yet, but I would say that several key hub countries are beginning to emerge. Like I said, Rwanda with a large number of SIs and the government commitment, Jordan with JOPAC's involvement in the product council, and Singapore with what Nick just talked about at the CBDC Center of Excellence, along with FitSerWorks work in Singapore and the region. So I think those 3 are turning into quite nice hubs, but that strategy still needs to be developed. All right. Some other key partnerships that we're working on, again, we've got to look at how these things are going to scale to us. And so some key ones that we're working on. First is the Microsoft Azure project. A lot of you are very aware of this. Microsoft has successfully deployed Mojaloop into Azure using the native Azure platform to reduce the operational cost and complexity. Now, they've replaced some of the open source components with some Microsoft native components in order to optimize, which is awesome. And it's actually currently available in the Azure marketplace for one-click deployment. So anyone who is looking to play around with Mojaloop, highly recommend you give that a try. Please come back to us and give us your feedback and thoughts. We'd love to know how it went for you. But that is available in the Azure marketplace. Great news. And any other cloud providers who happen to be listening, please catch up. Another one we're looking at is payment leaders. In particular, Visa is looking at how value-added services can be added to other real-time payment networks built on Mojaloop, including cross-border fraud, risk, and analytics. And so they, like I've mentioned before, they did a proof of concept with Mojaloop in the Philippines and are now working on a proof of concept with FitSerWorks in Myanmar, Philippines, and Singapore with an aim to go live on that within the next few months. So incredibly exciting work with Visa. So 2 of the main partnerships that we are working on and look forward to continuing that partnership. And anyone who wants to join with that, just talk to Desire and myself. And if there's questions, I can't see them. So Desire, you can just kick in and let me know if I need to answer something. Okay. Some other countries of interest. I mean, these aren't things we control as a foundation, but things that we are hearing about are happening. Is that some UN agencies in Afghanistan are looking at how Mojaloop might work together, particularly on G2P payments. I've mentioned the Philippines. There's several rural bank leaders are also looking at how they can not only tie into the BSP's open finance framework, but also giving rural banks access to InstaPay. In Indonesia, Mercy Corps and XLayer are looking to replicate what FitSerWorks and Modusbox have done in Myanmar. In Yemen, there's a number of there's a local implementer looking to connect 4 mobile money operators. The Gambia has a series of stakeholders doing assessments of Mojaloop. And in Uganda, we have Haipipo, who's leading an effort to bring together the private sector. So those are just some of the ones that we know about where countries have leaders taking forward Mojaloop. If you're interested in those countries, please reach out. And if you know of others, please let us know. We're happy to highlight them. All right, this is the main piece of it I want to go through is some of the deployment and go-to-market challenges. Again, a lot of you who've been pushing this, talking about Mojaloop, understand these challenges. First of all, is to realize it's not just a Mojaloop issue. I talked at the last convening about digital public goods and digital public infrastructure. All of these challenges are similar for all open source digital public infrastructure. And just know that the Mojaloop Foundation, we are actually kind of leading that effort together with several organizations. So some of the main ones I want to talk about is the procurement process, the clarity on the process for developing a project, lack of successful implementations, and the product readiness and clarity. And I'll run through these relatively quickly. Most of it doesn't apply to you, but if it's of interest, please do reach out. So the procurement, very often it's not actually controlled by the central bank or the hub operator, who are our main clients. And it can be a risky thing for a bureaucrat or for a government employee or a donor agency to try to go outside of their standard processes. And the way the procurement structured, it tends to favor a turnkey solution with a traditional vendor. And so what we really have to do is tackle that problem. We have to go after understanding how to influence the procurement process at the very early stages to make sure that the procurement is structured to enable the central bank or the hub operator to select Mojaloop as an option. Clarity on process. And I think that's also one of the main challenges is a lot of people know, okay, I would like to use Mojaloop, but now what? How do I do that? We don't have a playbook that lists it out. A lot of it we've invented as we've gone along. There's the level 1 guide that helps defining a process for a scheme. And there's a lot of work around defining the process for a scheme, but very little that says, how do you actually build the switch using Mojaloop, and how do you build the scheme using Mojaloop? And there's also no pricing estimates. It's one of the first questions that they come with, okay, cool, but how much does it cost, more or less? Until we have enough deployments, we're not going to be able to answer that question, but we need to get that out there because that's the first question that is often asked. We have no public success cases. That is of little news to anyone, but it exacerbates all of our other challenges, particularly the skepticism about open source. So we just have to focus on getting those success stories out there. Product readiness and clarity. There's a lot of market confusion about what Mojaloop is, and I'll talk about that. Deployment complications. Luckily for that, we have a real emphasis from Paul and Product Council on the infrastructure workstream, so appreciate that. Integration challenges and support for Payment Manager. That has been an ongoing challenge, is doing the actual integrations with some of the deployments. And I think Payment Manager and hopefully Payment Hub are ways towards that, but we need to make improvements in it. And that's something where I hope we can get contributors and partners to come in, is helping us improve Payment Manager. We have no marketplace for practice implementers. We have the business website, but we need more people who've actually done it. And again, that's why we want to focus on specific key countries to get SIs in those countries really focused and capable of being practiced implementers. And a lot of the features are not market tested before acceptance. And a lot of you will have heard me talk about this lately as well, is that's why we're really focusing on getting hub operators front and center, because before a feature comes out, I'd really like to get it into one of our deployments and make sure it's actually what the hub operators can use. I'm going to skip over bright spots because I think I've been talking for quite a while, and I want to talk about some solutions. But we have had some really great bright spots, lessons, and learnings from Rwanda and Myanmar. We just need more deployments so that we can take those learnings from. So some of the solutions that we'll be working on, and again, this is where I'm going to ask you all as the community to come and really contribute and reach out to me if you want to contribute to this. Reach out to me if you know somebody who would like to contribute to these things. The first thing we want to do is build a playbook for implementers. And I'm going to talk about that one more in a minute. We want to hone our messaging around what Mojaloop is. Also going to talk about that. Expand and refine the Mojaloop training program. And so if anyone sees, a lot of you are going through the Mojaloop training program, please give us feedback. We really want to see what's useful and what's not useful. Where have we talked too long and where have we not talked enough? And give us ideas for what other courses should be implemented. We want to get the next 3 deployments funded and moving. And we want to advocate for new procurement processes that are going to let's say, give a preference for open source in their processes. And lastly, we want to increase pre-sales team members. And those are two types is what we're looking at right now. So again, this applies to most of you in the community. If you are an implementer and you have a sales team, we want to help them go out and be successful salespeople of your Mojaloop products and services. And so we want to be working with your sales team and your pre-sales team. We also want to be working with the payment system consultants that are often the ones advising hub operators and central banks about what kind of technology they're going to use. And so that's going to be an emphasis, is really increasing that cadre of pre-sales teams that can be talking about Mojaloop out there. So the first one I'll talk about is the playbook, and that's going to be the focus for us for this PI, is looking how to, basically it's an expansion of what Paul Macon's already done on the adopter toolkit to really help people decide, plan, and execute using Mojaloop on a payment system. I won't go through the whole list, but here are some of the components of it that we would expect it to have, including, again, a roadmap of building RTP, scheme and switch, not just the scheme. The product and business documents, technical specifications, and a lot of these things we often say, well, here's the code, you can go look it up. That doesn't work when you're trying to make a decision. People want to see a document that is very clear, concise. This is what Mojaloop is. And including also how to use the Mojaloop training program, how to fit it into your program, how to build an ecosystem engagement and partnership plan, like how to bring in your national system integrators and developers and fintechs into your real-time payments build. Even things down to developing TORs to help with the procurement of when do you bring in contractors and what are they supposed to be doing. We want to make it so that it's the simplest choice, not the most complicated choice, which it currently is, to do a Mojaloop deployment and procurement. And a lot of these things, though, have been done for WinePay. A lot of the work is things that Africa Nunda's really focused on right now. So what we're hoping is that we can bring together work that's already been done by members of the community, and then bring in new members of the community to help us refine it. The last thing is on honing the messaging that I want to talk about. And this has been a really big problem of clarity about what Mojaloop is and what its value proposition is. I think most of us have heard 20-minute speeches about how great Mojaloop is and what it does, but what we really have struggled with is being very specific and focused on exactly what it is. And so we're trying to hone that messaging so that those of you who are out there in the market have better messaging you can take to potential adopters. So this is where we are right now. I would love everyone's feedback. Please send it to me. But some of the key things that we are focusing on for value proposition is the local ownership and optionality, meaning the ability to change things in the future, the lower costs for low value transactions, the focus on low value transactions, the lower cost and risk for different classes of DFSPs to transact, and the third-party payment initiation, being the four key areas that we want to focus on for our messaging. Now, we do that through two things. We do that through the open source nature of Mojaloop, but we also do it through some key design decisions that we've made. And so those, I'm not going to go through all of them, but those are the four main areas where we think that both those two things, the open source nature and the design decisions, contribute to those four value propositions. Again, we know that we've missed some things out. However, being complete is sometimes not the best way to communicate to people who have to make tough decisions quickly. And so we have to be is accurate, but maybe not 100% complete, because that's just not possible to do in the first view. So again, this is main focus is making sure we all can agree on our key messages and key value proposition. I'd love everyone's feedback on it. And with that, I'm open up to any questions.
Just a reminder for everyone, you can post questions either in chat or in Slack. Awesome. I don't see any questions. So, Steve, I'll take it from here and then we can
Okay.
move on. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody. I'm here if you have any questions.
That brings us to the end of the first session. Once again, for those who are not yet familiar with our virtual convenings, on your screen now you see a poll that allows you to rate each session. This is very useful feedback for us and for the speakers as we plan future convenings. Do take some time to respond to that poll. That would be very greatly appreciated. I see about slightly more than half of you have already filled it in. That's excellent. Thank you so much for doing that. I will quickly move to the community updates and I'll share my screen here. All right, here we go. So in the community update this time, I do want to give a highlight of three things. One, a quick review of where we've come or how far we've come with the 2022 community objectives. That's the first thing. And then two, on of reference, call out two items that have come up as a result of the 2022 community objectives. So why don't we start there? Sorry, let's see if I can get this to move. There we go. Just as a reminder for everyone, at the beginning of the year, we spent some time with the Community Council to try and find a focus for our work for this year. And this, we identified three things. One goal was to transition away from funded development to open source development. And there are a number of issues that have come up then. I'll highlight a few of them, at least two of them this morning. We identified the plan for transitioning to Mojaloop vNext, or figure out a plan for vNext. And we've seen some work in incentive and recognition. A lot of that you've seen over the last two PIs, where we now have quarterly metrics. We're able to acknowledge and reward those people in our community who have been active. As a reminder, this happens at the very last session on day 3. That will be Thursday, so do stick around for that. And I want to focus on the first two. So in terms of transitioning from funded development to open source, one of the discussions that we sat down with the Community Council and throughout the year, and we've having conversations, one of the ideas that has come up, that has come around, and sort of in some ways united the two highlighted points on the screen there, is the idea of a stable Mojaloop core. What does a stable Mojaloop core look like? One of the ideas that was proposed, and one of the things that the community feels is a key milestone, is being able to define and implement a stable Mojaloop core. And it is at that point that then we can go ahead and execute transition to transition away from funded development. So the argument that's being made is that let's try and find some resources and put in some work to get stable Mojaloop core. So what does this look like? These are a couple of ideas and a rough plan as defined by through the Community Council and a number of other a number of other conversations we've had with community members and within the foundation internally. One of the critical pieces is one of the ideas that was mooted by the Community Council was the idea that a stable version of the Mojaloop core, by definition, should include the vNext reference architecture model. You will hear Pedro speak about that and show some demos. I believe it is in the next session. So stay tuned for that after the break. This is not the only requirement for what should be included in the stable Mojaloop core definition. There are a couple of others, but this is one of the most significant items that was highlighted and the points that came out in the various conversations we had with in the Community Council and within the foundation. In terms of a plan, this definition essentially of the stable Mojaloop core should lead to a product roadmap. And some of the items highlighted in the product roadmap, what are essential features, what aren't essential features, what are critical fixes that we need to fix immediately. And each of the features that we're building should ideally have some minimal business case justification. These are some of the points that were raised through the Community Council. Another goal is from the product roadmap, the design authority would then take the product roadmap and develop a technical roadmap, which then between the definition, the product roadmap and the technical roadmap, we should have a fairly clear understanding of the direction we're going in as a community. And once that would help us also figure out the path to building a stable Mojaloop core. Now, this has also necessitated some thinking in terms of the community evolution. And I'd like to share with you the current thinking my current thinking on how the work streams may evolve. And this is a proposal, and we open any discussions to the community if there are alternative proposals or suggestions to this model. Currently, and I'm going to focus on just one aspect of our community, which is the workstream process. Currently, when we talk about the work streams, any of the work streams that you see we're engaged in falls into one of four categories. We've got work streams that are part of the core clearing system. We've got core clearing system extensions. We've got supporting work streams. For example, the Mojaloop training program is considered a supporting work stream. We've got ecosystem work streams. These are often work streams from vendors or people who are building tools that are intended to work with Mojaloop. For those of you unfamiliar with work streams, a lot of the sessions that we have proposed in the agenda for today, tomorrow, and Thursday fit into the work stream structure. Most of those topics are in and of themselves sometimes its own work stream. And as you hear the speakers present on them, you'll get a better sense of what work they do and what has been done in the last PI. In the new work streams, in considering the idea that the new work stream, that the stable Mojaloop core should include a reference architecture model, then we propose that the new work streams be scoped out into three categories. One, we've got bounded context work streams, we've got cross-bounded context work streams, and we've got Mojaloop extension work streams. These terms will be familiar, and I'll ask Pedro to just give them highlights in his next session, just so you can pay attention to that. And you've got an idea of how we have perpetual work streams where the work is done every single PI, and there is a strong commitment towards open source development in line with our objective to transition away from funded development. This said, I want to pass it over to Paul Macon to give a little bit of insight into the process and the work that will go into the definition of the product perspective for the definition of this a stable Mojaloop core and related work. So I'll stop sharing my screen. Paul, I'll pass it over to you now.
Thank you, Simeon. Let me just find my slide deck. Right, I think that's it. Hello, everyone. Very pleased to see you all today. I'm not planning to give much of an update on the work streams overall. Simeon asked me to just talk about stability of the core, and I'm going to give you a brief update from my perspective. As a product side, this is my focus on the components of the Mojaloop ecosystem. As you can see, it comprises the hub with all of the various functional elements within the hub, the settlement partners, payment manager in many cases, and of course the participant DFSPs on both sides. All of these rely on that central piece being stable. Without the stability there, then essentially we are nothing. I was a bit shocked when I came to look at this to discover that I've actually been working with Mojaloop for more than 3 years now. It came as a bit of a surprise. I had it in my head it was 2 years or thereabouts. And I can say from my perspective, 2019, when I started working with Mojaloop versus today, it's chalk and cheese in terms of stability. We have made huge strides. Back in 2019, you could deploy a hub, and within about 3 to 4 hours, somebody would have to go along and kick one of the pods to get it to respond. Restart it. Sorry, shouldn't use words like kick in this context. And that was kind of frustrating when you were trying to demonstrate it, or when you were just trying to make assessments of the functionality, etc. So compared to today, you can deploy the hub and it will keep running for an extended period of time. I will not make outrageous claims like it is totally stable, but it is far, far better than it was. The core and the infrastructure teams absolutely have to be congratulated in that area. There's going to be a full infrastructure update tomorrow. It's led by Tom Daly and David Fry, and they have each contributed a great deal, as well as the teams that work alongside them. They're going to be talking about 2 major areas of development in this space. Tom's focusing on Miniloop, which is the limited deployment of a Mojaloop hub aimed at essentially early developers, people who are learning about Mojaloop, functional testers. And the aim is a quick and easy deployment that can be done to a simple environment to get you up and running quickly. David's going to be talking about infrastructure as code, the IAC, which is the absolute game changer for the full deployments, including ease of deployment and stability of the deployment once it's in place. Within that, we're envisaging 3 levels of deployment. So the sandbox, which is essentially fake money, fake rails, staging, where you have real participants, but again, not real money, and production, which is a full commercial deployment of Mojaloop, working with real banks, real MFIs, real mobile wallets, and in a totally stable environment. So they're the focuses of improving stability still further. Just to emphasize the complexity of the stability problem, Mojaloop is dependent on lots of other projects or products or whatever you choose to call them. Obviously, Kubernetes, Helm, Docker are the focus of deployments, but you have MySQL right at the bottom, providing all of the ledgers, etc. We have ILP, the interledger protocol. We have tools like Grafana and Locky and Keycloak and numerous OS projects, and they often have interdependencies. One relies on another. And it causes us all sorts of problems with reliability, with stability, etc. And one aspect of this is that we are so focused on the Mojaloop core and a lot of the bounded contexts and various other areas of development that we often don't keep up with the latest versions of all of these supporting products. And that brings us one source of instability, and also has a significant impact on maintainability. And also, as we've just heard, we're moving into new environments like Azure, which has its own set of dependencies. They're not all alike, obviously. Different environments have different requirements. And I know some decisions are made, for example, in the Azure deployment, which make it substantially different in some key areas to the more usual AWS deployment. Again, more impact on maintainability and stability. As a community, we need to agree which environments will be supported. So at the moment, we're talking about AWS and Azure. We're using various local Linux derivatives and distros, and also not actually necessarily using the cloud at all, but being able to deploy directly into some version of Linux. For each has its own, potentially its own specific, slightly different set of dependencies. And we're going to have to start thinking about budgets around this maintainability. So there needs to be a budget for this, as I've called it, an unglamorous task of adopting the latest stable updates. I mean, we've had at least one occasion recently where a key dependency we found has actually gone out of support, for example, which is not great. We really shouldn't be in that position. I mean, to be out of support, it's normally at least a year, potentially 2 years since the last release, and we really should be moving on to the latest release. And also, we often avoid adopting these latest versions because there is some sort of breaking change in there, which requires changes across various modules within Mojaloop. But unfortunately, we can't avoid it forever, and it does come back to bite us. So we do need some budget in that area. To quickly summarize, we are in a good place. Better than, well, I look back to where we were 3 years ago, and we are so much better. We're probably 90% of where we should be. New environments will impact on this. They'll bring their own stability problems. We need to support the continuing work on Mojaloop, Miniloop, IAC, extending it and adapting it to new environments. And I know that Tom will be talking about that for Miniloop and David for IAC. And we do need to start to budget for continuing maintenance for issues arising from external dependencies. It is so easy to focus on the negatives, but I'd emphasize again, we are so much in a better place than we were 3 years ago. We just need to continue that improvement and work by David and his team on the full production environment, and the stability in there has really been transformational. And that's it from me. So thank you, and I'll hand back to you, Simeon.
Thanks so much, Paul. So, excellent. So I just want to give a quick, everyone a quick breather here to highlight the tons of work that has gone into bringing Mojaloop where we currently are, but also the thinking of what's required for the future. You've heard it from different perspectives, from Steve, from the market and deployments perspective, from myself, the community perspective, from Paul, what's required also from the product side. And it is this framing that I'm hoping going into the convening, we can then have meaningful conversations about where do we focus our resources, our limited resources as a community, where do we focus our attention, and what do we need to do in order to support and fit into the current thinking. Now, there's a lot of this stuff that still hasn't been figured out and requires community participation to bring to a proper plan and proper conclusion for a number of these items. These are things that we'll be listening out for, and we're happy to hear, engage and hear any thoughts or have any questions and discussions about them in order to help us get Mojaloop to a far better place than it is right now, while acknowledging all the awesome work that you all have done and contributed to over the last 3 years. At this particular point, I want to welcome, we're right on cue, I want to welcome Sajib Azad and Niai for a session, Participatory Governance in Action, a WinPay case study. Once more, it is one of the things that I'm very keen on and I'm very happy about, that we're able to bring in system integrators and adopters to give us their perspective, and so that you're able to understand what's happening from the adopter perspective. So Sajib, Ni, I'll pass it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Simeon. So let us introduce ourselves. First of all, I think we have met, many of you in previous convening and also in person. We're very happy, right, to be in Tanzania in April. So my name is Nyi. I'm a CEO of the Starworks, and we are one of the partners organization in Myanmar currently implementing Mojaloop-based real-time payment platform called WinePay. And I'm joined by Sajid. Sajid, please.
Thanks a lot, Nii. Hi everyone, I'm Sajid Azad. I am a policy expert for UNCDF. For WinePay, I particularly look after governance, risk, and regulation. By way of background, I supported Ethiopia National Digital Payment Strategy, Bangladesh VAT automation system, and wrote the UN Principles of Digital Payment. And previously, I've been a banker and a regulator. Nii, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sajid. Steve mentioned something about the playbook, right? I think what we're going to be sharing with you here is the on the ground experience of implementation in Myanmar, where we are trying to involve the industry in governing and also owning, right, this payment platform. And we're very excited to be sharing with you our lesson learned and the steps that we have taken so far. Can we go to the next slide, please? We have a packed agenda. Right? I will, give you a very quick, brief introduction on what WinePay is and where we are in the project right now. And Sajid will cover, what is the governance structure that we have, why we think it is critical, and how we are designing that, and the results so far. Right? So there's also a section that we will share with you on lessons learned on where we think we could improve and where we want to take it, right, so that the implementers in other markets and other areas can also take a look at what we have done, and hopefully they can improve on that. Next slide, please. So this is a quick introduction. We have shared this before, right? So I won't go into too much detail, right? The name of the scheme that we have in Myanmar is called WinePay. It's the name means in Burmese, let's pay together. It's a very apt name for the platform that we are trying to set up, where we want it to be open, interoperable, and also very, very collaborative with the industry players, owning and participating in the governance as well. And you will see in more details, right, what we are trying to do. This project, came out of a project called Myanmar Microfinance Digitization Project, or MMD, where UNCDF Myanmar and the Starworks and Mojaloop, right, three of us are co-implementing this platform, right, together with our partners in the MFI industry and also the mobile wallet providers. Currently, we have 32 organizations who have signed a letter of commitment to use WinePay once we go live, which is the plan for 2023, quarter one or quarter two, depending on the situations. We are very happy with the traction that we have had so far. We have 19 MFIs who have signed letter of commitment, and 10 wallets, 2 INGOs, Welfare Program and Court Aid, and also 1 MPFI. Right? The 19 MFIs who are participating in WinePay serve altogether 2.2 million borrowers, which is about nearly 50% of the MFI borrowers that Myanmar is servicing. So that's the traction that we hope to see a real impact once WinePay goes live. Next slide, please. So in terms of the progress up to date, the project started in 2020 and 2021, and these are the 2 years, as you can imagine, has been very difficult for many markets and many countries, but especially in Myanmar after 2020 COVID pandemic. In 2021, we had the political instability that caused quite a lot of the situations that were expected and anticipated, right? And because of that, there were workarounds that we had to do. There were some delays, but despite all of that, right? I want to share the news to the community that we charge ahead. Very thankful to the support that we are getting from the international community and also with the partner organizations, with Mojaloop, with UNCDF. We all agree that we will not let this go, right? This is too much and too too important, right? For this situation to derail us. So we kept charging ahead, and we are very happy to report that despite all this situations with the internet connectivity issues, with the power outages that we're having, with the MFI industries going through a very difficult period, we are able to actually implement or roll out the friendly user testing phase. We started that in September of 2021. We finished the friendly user testing phase 1, and we're currently in the friendly user testing phase 2. And this is where real money is being used to test the platform. And we're very happy to report that the platform is stable enough, and the participating DFSPs are confident enough that they are testing the real live money through the real wallet, passing through WinePay, and going to the core banking system of the MFIs, and marking the loan repayments in real time. And the next phases are the closed user group testing, and we are waiting for the green light from the regulators to do that, and then eventually turning the WinePay into WinePay LLC, where we will have the governance structure that Sajib will explain more about. Let me stop here, and then I will let Sajib take over. Sajib, please.
Thanks a lot, Nee. So let me just, before we go into the next slide, pick up a couple of things that has been mentioned already, and also Nee just mentioned, which is we keep on making resilient progress despite the country context and the challenges therein. And one of the key differentiators that we have found on why we're getting such support at such difficult times in the MFIs and such challenging country situation is actually the fact that we have been able to deploy participatory governance. So the next couple of slides will cover very simply, what do we mean by participatory governance? Then why did we think it was critical? Then we'll cover how, so the what, the why, the how, so how we did it, so the key mechanisms therein, and then finally the so what were the results? And then we'd like to come back and go back to our critical success factors and sort of talk through how we think, what we have learned around those cluster of, also those themes, if I may put it that way. So Catherine, could you go to the next slide, please? Fantastic. So what is participatory governance? This is taken from the UN principles of responsible digital payment, which essentially puts a client-centric lens into digital payment and outlines not only what responsible digital payment is, but what should it feel like for the end user? Because as we all agree here, the client trust is absolutely fundamental here. So when we talk about participatory governance, we talk about encouraging industry-led solutions. We talk about engaging public sectors to engage with us, foster our effort, support interventions and industry-led solutions so we can wear down those barriers to access. We also, what participatory governance means is bring in providers, industry associations, other stakeholders, not just, and this is something actually thematically I think Steve covered earlier, not just at the end of when we have the thing, but actually at the beginning, so we can genuinely co-create what we're trying to do. So by the time we deliver, it's really good to go and it's already meeting and it's already fit for purpose. And then finally, we also want to ensure that what we do doesn't provide a barrier to entry. So new players have a seat at the table. So could we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so 4 bullet points on the country context. The current situation is the limitations on withdrawal. There's the directives which control FX and how it's handled. There's limitations on debt repayment, and there are ongoing liquidity challenges in the country. All this, plus the political aspect, means that the engagement with administrative elements, including the regulatory bodies, are suboptimal compared to other countries that we have operated in. And finally, on the background, what we have is a humanitarian and an economic crisis/challenges. So in sum, our implementing environment is an environment in flux. That's the key thing here. So a lot of what we landed on in terms of what should our approach to governance, to get buy-in, to decision-making, what does it need to be, drives down from these 4 bullet points. So I'll go through these 6 because we shall come back to these 6 at the end. So first, we have to be acutely focused on client centricity, as trust is fundamental. We have seen this in a number of markets. If you don't trust the governance and the decision-making, even the best technology will not be picked up. Number 2, we have to be strategically robust, but with tactical dynamism. What does that mean? That means that we have the same common goal as a group, but we actually are moving with what the environment is telling us to make sure we're doing the best possible thing for that moment, but also looking forward. Third, pragmatic yet sound practice-driven core design. So there tends to be one school of thinking that a lot of these things, such as governance mechanism, terms of references, these things are nice to have, but let's make sure we only do the things that's really, really practical right now. But actually, there is a midpoint we can reach, which is whatever we do can be broadened and deepened and plugged into different ownership models. So that's what I mean by pragmatic yet sound practice-driven design of governance. Next, proactive risk management, especially reputational. Notwithstanding the country context, the risk type that ultimately kills any project is reputational risk. When we lose trust, when the ecosystem doesn't trust us. So one of the key ways we looked at how we position this project, how we engage, how we contextualize our environment is to look at reputational risk impact and then reverse engineer it. Last 2, balancing competition and cooperation effectively. It's perhaps easy to say, it's quite hard to do. So what we have tried to do is be as transparent as possible in every step of the way. Because not everyone will think the same way, not everyone has the same strategy, not each DFSP wants the same things. But we identify where the commonality of purpose converges, and that's what we focus on. And finally, broad-based ecosystem engagement as goodwill is key. If this was a not participant-owned model, perhaps then the regulator can say, this is my platform, you have to use it. Because ours is a participant-owned and governed model, we need to make sure that the ecosystem understands what we're doing is only going to strengthen the whole ecosystem. We have to identify those win-wins, and for that, goodwill is really important. And how to get goodwill is to have broad-based ecosystem engagement. So we'll cover that. So these 6 things, for us, when it comes to governance, we have noted as our critical success factor. So these are the things we look at when we make decisions to see what the result will be. Catherine, next slide. Thank you. So this is the structure we have designed. So we have interim scheme council. We're calling it interim because we're in project design and delivery phase. And we have the interim scheme advisory. What does the scheme council do? It's the senior most decision-making body. So all the key decisions of WinePen, we'll cover that in the result, is decided and discussed at the scheme council. Scheme council members vote and approve key elements of WinePay. They also present the scheme council to the scheme advisory, and I'll come back to that in a minute, to maintain that broader engagement as well as source expertise and guidance. Our 8-member scheme council and the 3 chairs from PizzaWorks, UNCDF, and Modus Box, we do not have all the answers, neither should we. So we need to have a mechanism to tap into the ecosystem via the scheme advisory to basically make our decision-making and research and data far more richer than we could do in isolation. And also, we want to create subcommittees. And one has already been created, which is looking at bulk payment and ECT. We'll also look to create subcommittees on rules, so they're maintained and updated, on risk and regulatory and audit. As you can see, these subcommittees, essentially, we're showing you a risk governance and a corporate governance structure. The Interim Scheme Council is the board, the scheme advisory is the advisory board, and the different working groups and subgroups are the subcommittees of the board. So that's kind of the model we have mapped this on. And the scheme advisory, in turn, is the broader set of ecosystem participants, members, donors, experts, and other stakeholders. So they're not necessarily voting on what we're doing, but they're guiding and advising what we're doing. Catherine, next slide, please. So one of the key things that we have focused on after about 6 months into this governance model is to figure out what dynamic do we want between the scheme council and the scheme advisory and what makes sense. And what we have come up with is that because these are made up of individual members from different institutions, the relationship and the integration needs to be done by design. So we can't just leave it to people to figure that out. We have to do it by design, which is why we have this sort of dual orbit type model. And it's implemented by active engagement led by Scheme Council members. This is absolutely key, that the Scheme Council and its engagement scheme advisory is not left on PizzaWorks, Motorsbox, and us as the co-chairs. It has to be driven by Scheme Council members. And for example, if I take half a step back, the bulk payment ECD technical working group is chaired by a Scheme Council member, which is one of the major MFIs in Myanmar. And that's the kind of ownership we want to see from the Scheme Council. And we'll actually go through some other examples of that. Catherine, could you go to the next slide, please? So the results. Let's go to the black and white results essentially. So since we started in March 2021 with this governance model, we've had every other week Scheme Councils and Scheme Advisory, almost without fail, unless there were holidays. So the key part here is that we have requested time from the DFSPs, and every 2 weeks they give us this time and they engage with us because they see value, and because we see value, and because how important and decisive the Scheme Council is. If this was just for show, or if this was just for compliance, we would not get this kind of engagement. And the composition, let's cover that very quickly. We've had 6 MFIs and 2 banks in Scheme Council, and we have 19 MFIs, 1 NBFI, 10 wallets, and 2 NGOs in Scheme Advisory. In terms of decision-making, so far, there has been 29 separate approvals from the Scheme Council, which you can see that's quite a large volume of work. And with each of these topics, we first had a workshop with the Scheme Council, then we presented what the result of the co-creation workshop was, and then final discussion, and then approval. This is the systematic approach we have taken, sometimes in person in Scheme Council, sometimes via email, but this is the process we have followed because 1, it makes sense, 2, it's transparent, and 3, for the members of Scheme Council and Scheme Advisory, it gives them comfort that what they're connecting themselves to is progressing in the correct way, in a prudent, but also in a very decisive way. But for me, the really interesting part of participatory governance is actually the result or the outcome around the behavioral piece. So I tried to highlight here 4 examples of behaviors that this kind of participatory governance have driven. These are cohesion among participants, partners, and other stakeholders, the feeling of accountability, not responsibility, accountability, resilience as a group, and then goodwill in the ecosystem. So let me go through 4 very quick examples. So when we say cohesion among participants, partners, and other stakeholders, what we mean by this is that we have had absolute transparency around any conflict so that any decisions we make as a collective is clean. That means not only is there documentation showing that it was cleanly done and it is transparent, but actually that's how it operated in practice. That's what the recording shows. And if there are conflicts, Scheme Council members take themselves out of that particular voting decision. That way we make sure that whatever we decide is defendable and that it makes sense and it's fit for purpose. Feeling accountable sort of drops out of that. So the example I gave earlier is the one I've noted here, that Scheme Council members are leading the technical working groups, and the first one has already started. This is a Scheme Council member as a group feeling accountable for the working groups, giving them high quality input so that they can make better decisions, and then taking charge of that working group. So these working groups aren't entirely technical, they're led by business leaders who are members of Scheme Council. And I think that's really key because you're merging technical expertise with business nuance. Third, resilience as a group. So we talked about the country context, and the thing that becomes really apparent, and the thing that I have really experienced with this decision-making body, is that we are genuinely solving problems together. Because nobody has the complete answer, nobody has the complete set of information. We all have limitations in what we can do and what we can say, what we can find out. So as a group, we're actually figuring things out, And one of the good examples is how we're actually progressing on regulatory strategy. We outlined earlier that country context means that regulatory engagement is not where we would have wanted it to be. So in that situation, we have to pivot and adjust and develop our approaches and our strategy, and we do it as a group in the Scheme Council. And that really, to me, shows resilience as a group, because this group is thinking as WinePay and what WinePay needs to get to and how WinePay needs to get there, not their individual DFSPs only. And the fourth part, goodwill in the ecosystem. So again, the MFIs have engaged with trade organizations in Myanmar who have also made the case for WinePay. So when the regulatory support for CUG comes in and ultimately the approval comes in, they have a number of touch points to go to who will say the right things and the good things and the correct things about WinePay. This is a preemptive way to manage that reputation. And because we have goodwill in the ecosystem, that's why we've been able to get to that. Catherine, next slide, please. Okay, so we covered so far the what and the how. So now the so what. So I'll go through 3 examples of co-creation and decision-making via the participatory governance model. So the first thing we looked at, and this is one of the first approvals that the Scheme Council had to make, which was what are WinePay's goals and objectives. Now, we can all do an internet search. We can just find out what seems sensible and copy and paste it, but that's not the process we followed. What we did instead was looking at, first of all, the sound practice building blocks. So what does BIS Puffy say? Look at what governance says, look what risk management says also, and see, okay, these are the ticks. This is the examples we need to be able to demonstrate by what we have designed. But then we went into, okay, what are the critical success factors when it comes to client centricity around participatory governance? And for that, we looked at UN Principles of Responsible Digital Payment, and it has 3 things. Open technology, which Mojaloop is, which is fantastic, participatory governance, and ecosystem mindset. And we, as a collective group, decided that our governance mechanism, apparatus, arrangement, all of that will have to demonstrate both participatory governance and ecosystem mindset in not only the way we have written it down, but the way we operate it. And finally, pulled into that, DFSP goals, objectives, strategy, and plans. So this gave us, and these were voted on, these were tweaked by the Scheme Council members to come up with these 4 WinePay goals and objectives. I'm not going to necessarily read through all of them because the next couple of slides we dig in a little bit anyway, but it's worth mentioning why are goals and objectives important. And they tend to be more important when policies and processes are not already baked in and they're not hardwired. So when you're in design phases, the goals and objectives can basically provide the guiding light. So, okay, I don't have a process for it, I don't have a framework for it, but what does a good decision-making look like? What would good decision-making need to evidence? What do I need to make sure my decision achieves, our decision achieves? And that's the goals and objectives. This is why it becomes really important, and that strategic focus but tactical dynamism, that's where it really also comes into play. Because you can have, this is my strategy, this is where I need to go to, but in terms of the day-by-day, week-by-week decisions I'm making tactically, because of the country context, am I still aligned to these 4 things? So I'm not drifting strategically. Once these behaviors, or once these goals and objectives and the way we use the goals and objectives become more ingrained into the DNA of the organization and the people within the organization, then this stuff happens far more automatically. But it was really important for us to spend the time to get to the goals and objectives in a very co-creative, collaborative way, so that everyone can buy into this and actually genuinely buy into this. And by everyone, I of course mean Scheme Council, Scheme Advisory members to start with, but also the broader ecosystem when they want to look at this. Catherine, next slide, please. Thank you. So second example, now that we have the goals and objectives, how do we use it? One of the really good uses that we found was when we came to deciding which use cases we prioritize. So there's a number of things we can do. Why do we decide to do this one first, this one second, this one third? And the 2 use cases we looked at, first and foremost, were loan repayment use cases and loan disbursement use cases. And how did we decide on those? Although you might say, it's writ large, it's obvious, those are the two things anybody would do. But the way we defend that decision-making and the way we get to that decision-making is by going back to our goals and objectives. So we looked at our goals and objectives and identified what the key evaluation criteria is or are. So for the first one, it's inclusion. For the second one, fast, ubiquitous, user-friendly, trustworthy, reliable, and secure digital payment. This essentially alludes to both demand, but also ease of implementation. Number three, to implement cost-effective, flexible, sustainable, and high volume of transactions. Those are for goals and objective number three. For that, our evaluation criteria are volume and revenue. And the number four, contribute to Myanmar's digital ecosystem goals for a digital economy. Again, that's inclusion. So there's a repeat of inclusion. So if you put a block on that one, our evaluation criteria to prioritizing use cases are based on inclusion, demand, ease of implementation, volume, and revenue. And this very clear A to B to C to D type approach is useful for a number of reasons. One, it takes away the ambiguity of why we have decided what we have decided. Two, for external parties and regulators, it shows a very clear through line of a very robust way we make decisions and we follow through. And three, when it comes to actually engaging the ecosystem, again, this is the kind of messaging that's really important to say, we're not just doing what's easy, we're not just doing what is the most income generative, we're doing what fits our goals and objectives. And that is one very good example for me of participatory governance in action. And we'll go through one more example. Catherine. Next slide. Fantastic. Apologies for so much text, but this is genuinely a copy out, just like the previous slides are, from what we actually take to the Scheme Council. So we used to have 7 Scheme Council members. Then one of the largest leading MFIs in Myanmar wanted to join the Scheme Council. So how did we make the case for this MFI joining the Scheme Council? Now, one way could be we just say, this is the largest, it makes us look good, it makes us look credible, so let's go for it. Which is sort of fine, but not really. The approach we have taken is, again, very structured and systematic, which is to say, let's assess this MFI, or let's consider this MFI within the context of the goals and objectives we have stated and signed up on. So, as you can see in the narrative there, and this slide deck will be shared with you if it hasn't been already, so you can read through the actual text. But essentially, we make the case, why would this MFI, their strategy, how does it align to WinePay's strategy, goals, and objectives? On item number 2, we covered how this MFI's inclusion would allow us to learn, to test, to update approaches more proactively, sourcing deeper bench of expertise from one of the leading MFIs in Myanmar. When it comes to the implementation of a cost-effective, flexible, sustainable, and inclusive payment system for Myanmar, for MFIs and participating DFSPs that can drive high volume of transaction now and into the foreseeable future. Again, we define and we explain why this MFI can contribute to those discussions, can drive those decisions, and how it can help us to figure out how to make ourselves more cost-effective, more flexible, more sustainable, more inclusive in the way we do it. So these are the 3 examples we wanted to touch on. One, on how the participatory governance drove how we landed on WinePay goals and objectives. 2, how those very same goals and objectives are used by the participatory governance model to prioritize use cases. And then 3, the same goals and objectives are also used to defend, validate, ensure strategic alignment of new members into the decision-making body of WinePay. Catherine, perhaps we can go to the penultimate, or is the last slide? Okay, Ni, I think I've spoken a lot. I need a bit of water. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Sajid. But I'm going to call you back, right, for this
Okay.
discussion as well. On this slide, we wanted to also share with you the key learnings from this exercise that Sajid just mentioned. Even though we call it exercise, it is actually what we are truly implementing in real life, and we are hoping that when YPA goes to commercial life in 2023, this is a model that will help us, govern the scheme. Right. So there are, quite a lot of the lessons learned that we have listed here. I would just, first touch on the first being the importance of building trust among the participants, right, who are, going to be joining this interoperable platform. Right. As you all know, the DFSPs who are participating are operating in the same space. Usually, they compete with each other in the commercial aspect. But at the same time, we want to create a mechanism where they can all come together and work towards something that is for the good of the industry, which is going to be mutually beneficial for everybody who's involved. And this governance structure is actually helping us achieve that. Sajid, please take it to the next lesson learned, please.
Thank you, Neve, for letting me have some water. Let's cover the other Venn diagram circles. So the second critical success factor we outlined was strategically robust, but with tactical dynamism. So two examples here. One we kind of alluded on, but let me share two. One, when we were thinking through the target operating model of the different ownership structures, what this means is that we want this to be a robust, resilient platform. But the tactical dynamism comes in thinking through the different target operating models and designing a governance mechanism, apparatus, what do we want to call it, a governance structure that can plug into various target operating models. So our governance, the way we do it right now, and the way we have designed it, can plug into a number of different types of ownership models, including the participatory ownership model, which is what we're going towards. So that's one example of strategically robust and tactical dynamism. The other one is, again, we need to go to commercial scale, but how? And what are the phases we hit to get there? So the strategic focus, commercial scale, the tactical dynamism, different licensing modalities, different operating models, which we covered right at the beginning when we talked through the timeline and our progress to date. Next, pragmatic yet sound practice-driven core design. So this is about decision-making being a living, breathing thing that everybody is engaged with and they feel that they can engage with. But at the back of it, it has all the core building blocks and elements that can be converted into terms of references, legal structure, document, etc. So that when this becomes a commercial entity with all the legal checks and balances, those things can just plug in and work in that model. Next, proactive risk management, especially reputational. So this is the really interesting one, because when we talk about risk management, we tend to talk about operational risk, technology risk, the risks that we can control. But the risk that we can influence, but in some ways lose control of, is reputational. And once we lose that, it's incredibly hard to get it back. We're seeing some examples in Peru right now with BIM, for example. So it's really important. And this cluster or this theme made sure that when we engage the governance mechanism to discuss and figure out solutions in the regulatory space, in the government space, we speak the language of those people and those groups. So we speak the regulatory language, we understand the regulatory objectives, and we position our risk management and why we're not going to bring in more risks to the regulator, but actually we're going to supercharge their approach to the national payment system strategy. Those things, we do it with a proactive risk management. So some of it we've alluded to and discussed. Two more. Balancing competition and cooperation effective in decision-making. So, it's not fair and it's not correct to expect a DFSP to behave contrary to its own incentivization. That's strange. You can't just say, now you're all friends, no more competition, we do it together. It doesn't work that way. Sometimes they'll be competing, sometimes they'll be cooperating. So with balancing competition and cooperation, the absolutely fundamentally key thing we found is transparency. Because we have been transparent, the DFSPs have been transparent, decision-making has also been transparent and is demonstrably transparent. So not just I'm saying it and Nii is saying it, our documentation and recording of the sessions show the exact same thing. And then finally, broad-based ecosystem engagement as goodwill is key. This is especially important for a participant-owned operating model. It's really, really important. And if that wasn't important enough, the fluid operating environment makes it even more important that people and the ecosystem needs to understand what we are, but also what we're not. And they need to understand that we're there to get to a common good, a high quality result together with them, not by fighting and competing with the ecosystem. So it's always trying to identify those win-wins. And it tends to be a question of optics and timeline, or to identify those win-wins. And that's our job in shepherding this project with the Scheme Council to do that. I think, as usual, me, I have spoken far too much. We only have 5 minutes left. So perhaps, Catherine, we go to the next slide and then open up to any questions. Simeon and colleagues and community members, over to you.
Thanks so much, Sajid. We've got 4 minutes. I'm just skimming through the chat to see if there's any questions. Jane, I see your comment. Excellent. If there are any questions, I can take one. There's a question from Amit Kumar in the chat. Sajib, it's directed to you. How does one ensure FSP participants have the necessary knowledge to make or drive decisions?
So this is a really important question. And, we normally talk about, it's not really even about capacity building, because this is not about technical. This is really about the shared purpose of what we're trying to get to. And it's our job in shepherding the project the way we designed the governance. And we brought the DFSPs along. So when the onboarding happens, these messages are passed through by the onboarding team. When the technological onboarding happens, the same messages are being passed through the DFSP. So by the time they join the decision-making body of Scheme Council, generally, it's understood where we need to get to. It's understood how we're going to get there. So the discussion basically becomes about not if, but how, and how to do it in a resilient way. Amit, I'm not sure if that's answered your question, but Nii, perhaps you'd like to add something.
Thank you. Amit, I think we also have different structures that Sajid has mentioned, right? We have scheme advisory, where we have invited a larger group of FSPs to participate when they start getting involved with the project, and from there we have participants who are representing different organizations, and quickly it emerged that they are the right mix of the background experience and also the decision making position in their organizations to represent the FSP in the Scheme Council. And I think there's also I think trial and error on trying to find out who is the right mix of the Scheme Council members who can guide us. And we have right now we're very fortunate that we have a very good group of the Scheme Council members who have experience and also can represent their organizations at a appropriate level to lend us the decision making that we need for the scheme.
Excellent. I saw Amit give a thumbs up on answering the question. Excellent. Steve, I see your questions as well. Trying to call out some of the specific logistic lessons as well. Sajib, Nii, this would be great content to post in the Slack channel there. So sure. Hopefully you can get some time.
And Simeon, and some of that material is already in the slides, so I can very quickly run through each of these. So how are meetings and conversations structured? That got us to the goals. They were structured via workshops and structured questionnaires. How often do we meet? Every 2 weeks. Who gets invited to the meetings? The members and any attendees they want to bring in. What are the different groups? MFI, MFI group, NGO group, and other group. So those are the three clusters. How does voting work? Voting works in terms of majority vote, and the ties are broken by the co-chairs. Not for this slide, for her toolkit, of course, Steve. Very happy to contribute.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sajib and Nii. And thanks for joining us. I see 44 people have already filled out the poll that's on your screen. Please do take some time to give us the feedback on this session. Once more, it does help us greatly plan for future convenings. We're off to a break, but just before I let you all go off, I would invite you to get your phones and get your computers out, just so that we start our first trivia for this convening. So if you're not familiar, you can literally take your phone and scan the QR code on the screen right now. That will let you join our trivia game this time. Or you can go to kahoot.it and just fill in the game pin in there. The link is in the chat for those of you guys who want to do it in your computer. So thank you, Steve, Paul, me for joining. I'm also going to log in on my phone. Carl, thanks. Son of Sam. Let me do this again. Sue, I'm in there. Excellent. I see Desire, I see Rob. Oh, great. We've got John. Welcome, John. Nang. There's 15 people in our game. There's 75 people on our community right now. I'd encourage all of you to join. Welcome, Mr. or Miss Can't Do Worse. Don't worry, we made the questions a little easier this time. I see Jerry, thanks for joining. You ranked pretty high in the last trivia, so I see Joy. I'm going to give everyone another minute, just literally another minute to join. In order for us to tally your scores across all the trivias, across all the grades, it's important that you use the same name for each game that we play. So please pick a name that you will remember and that you use. Excellent. We have 28 players. I'll give it another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and then we will hit start. Oh, this is great. Excellent participation. So another 5 seconds. Let me see your comment, Paul. Excellent. 26 players. Last 5 seconds for anyone who wants to join. Mr. Jean-Claude, thank you for representing the Rwandese folks. Excellent. Let's get started. 28 players. Right. Round one. So, which city houses the oldest zoo you can visit today? Which city houses the oldest zoo you can visit today? Paris, London, Vienna, Amsterdam. The correct answer is Vienna. Excellent. So that's the correct answer. Vienna is the city that houses the oldest zoo that you can actually visit today. Lots of people knew that. Interesting. I'm not sure why people thought London. London is too cold for animals, but that's just me. Next question. All right, Rajesh, you're up top. So is Steve, Paul, Zaya, and Tulo. Excellent. Rajesh, let's see if you can keep your spot in the next question. Let's go to the next question. Right. Question 2, who is the new director of the Mojaloop CBDC Center of Excellence? Is it Mr. Paul Macon, Mr. Nick Jury, is it Steve Haley, or Leslie Lanville? Who is the new director for the Mojaloop CBDC Center of Excellence? 23 answers in, with 0 seconds to go. Let's see who got it. Why do people think Paul Macon is the new director? That's interesting. The new director of the Mojaloop CCOE is Nick Jury. He made a presentation this earlier on. Those of you guys who thought it's Paul Macon, maybe we need to have another orientation during the break. Let's go to the next. Let's see who is. Steve up top, followed by Paul. Tilly's on the scoreboard now, so is me. Excellent. Mr. or Miss Can't Do Worse climbed up 4 places. Excellent. So let's move on to the next question. Right. Which country is not an enclave? Cyprus, Lesotho, San Marino, or Vatican City? Which country is not an enclave? Cyprus, Lesotho, San Marino, or the Vatican City? 22 answers with 3 questions, 3 seconds to go, 24 answers. Right, let's see the answer. The correct answer is Cyprus. Not too many people knew this. So Cyprus is not a country, is a country which is not an enclave. Lesotho is, San Marino is, Vatican City. They're all surrounded by other countries or other cities, so to speak. Paul Macon says Cyprus is a tree. Thank you, Paul. The correct spelling actually should be Cyprus. Thank you for noting that. I appreciate that, everyone. Let's see who's on the scoreboard. Steve is up. Tula's up again. Can't Do Worse, clearly doing very well. And Son of Sam is on the scoreboard now. Excellent. Let's go to the next question. Question 4. What is the second largest French-speaking city in the world by population? Trick question. Is it Montreal, Canada? Is it Paris, France? Is it Kinshasa, the Democratic Republic of Congo? Or is it Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire? What is the second largest French-speaking city in the world by population? Correct answer is Kinshasa. Most people thought it was Montreal. Interesting. I didn't know that either. So excellent. Thank you for your feedback. I think some people chose Abidjan because they were there in a previous convening, but nope. Thought it was a trick question, huh? Straightforward. The second largest French-speaking city in the world by population is Kinshasa in the DRC. Huge country there. Let's see who's on the scoreboard now. Paul's up top. John M, I think that's John Thiora, is up as well. Tilly is still on the scoreboard. That's excellent. Pierre is up 4 places, highest climber. Let's go to the next question. Question 5 of 8. Mojaloop question. Which Mojaloop community meeting has had the highest registration? Is it January 2022? Is it April 2022? Is it October 2021? Or is it July 2022? Which community meeting had the highest registration? The correct answer is April 2022. We had a huge interest of people from, we have a huge interest for people who wanted to participate in the Arusha convening. That by far is our highest registration. Hopefully that record will be broken in October when we head to Zanzibar. So good call. Thank you for that. Everyone's asking where's Sam. Let's see if Sam is on the scoreboard. Nope, not yet. Paul and Steve still neck and neck there. Tilly's up. Pierre is up on the scoreboard. Sam is now just starting to show up, climbed up 9 places. Excellent. So let's go to the next question. Question 6 or 8, true or false? Freddie Mercury was born in Arusha, Tanzania. Freddie Mercury was born in Arusha, Tanzania. True or false? We have simplified the options for you. 27 answers with 8 seconds to go. I wonder if this is a trick question. Freddie Mercury was born in Arusha, Tanzania. True or false? The correct answer is false. He was not born in Arusha, Tanzania. A lot of people think this is actually a trick question. Got you there. The correct answer is born in Zanzibar. Note that. Freddie Mercury was actually born in Zanzibar, not in Arusha? Trick question. Let's see who's on the scoreboard now. Can't Do West is clearly doing very well. And I see Tula still on the board, Paul still there, Me is back on the board. Can't see Tsili anymore, I can't see where you are. Somebody's climbed up, Aung has climbed up 7 places, excellent. 2 more questions to redeem yourself. Let's go to question 7. Question 7, how many time zones does Australia have? How many time zones does Australia have? 2 time zones, 3 time zones, 4 time zones, or 5 time zones? How many time zones does Australia have? We've got 29 answers with 3 seconds to go. Oh, correct answers. The correct answer is 3 time zones. Not 2, not 4. 5 is overkill if you ask me. Let's see who's on the scoreboard. Wow, Steve's still there. Tulo is steadily climbing up to the top. Paul's on the board. Sam is up as well. Nice comment, Steve. There's a nice distribution of guesses. Excellent. Final question. Let's see who wins this round of the trivia. What is the summertime population of Antarctica? What is the summertime population of Antarctica? Is it 5,000? Is it 10,000? Is it 7,500? Is it 3,500? Someone's probably wondering, Antarctica has summer? 26 answers with 2 seconds to go. What is the summertime population of Antarctica? The correct answer is 5,000. Most people thought it was 7,500 or 3,500. Good call. Awesome. Let's see who Branch Schneider. Do we include penguins? I think we do. So this round 1, on 3rd place, we've got Tulo with 4,142 points. 2nd place, we've got Paul. And the 1st place, we've got our king for this round, Steve Haley. Congratulations. The runners-up, we've got Son of Sam and Can't Do West. Can't Do West is still doing really well. So this is the 1st round. We will have 1 more round today, 2 more rounds tomorrow. Please do remember to stick to your username. That way we'll be able to collect all your points together. Congratulations, Steve. Sam, pull up your socks. Brave browser is not an excuse. We'll call them and ask them to provide support for Kahoots. So thank you all. I will give you back some time. We have until, if I can just find my Chrome here. I'll give you back some time until 1 p.m. UTC. So in the next 8 minutes, do take some break, and then we'll be back with Mr. Michael Richards on the ISO 20022 session. So let's take an 8-minute break. We'll be back at the top of the hour UTC time, 1 p.m. UTC, and then we shall begin with Michael Richards. Enjoy your break. All right. We've got just a couple of seconds to go, about 15 seconds to go. Then I shall invite Mr. Michael Richards for our 4th, I believe, session of the day, which is the ISO 20022 session. Mr. Michael Richards, are you ready to go?
I think I am.
All right, take it away.
I will share my screen. Okay. So thank you very much for that. I want to say, first of all, before I start, that the presentations so far today have been really fantastic, I think. I've been really impressed with all of them. So things may be about to take a bit of a dive. But anyway, we'll see where we get to. So this session is really to talk about where we are with our application for Mojaloop to make modifications to the existing ISO 20022 standard to accommodate the way in which we want to do business. In fact, we think it's necessary to do business. It seems quite a short time since I was standing in front of you in Arusha, talking about where we got to. And in some ways, it seems as if not a great deal has happened. However, there are a number of things that have happened. So I will be talking about them, and I will then be throwing the session open for questions and I hope discussion. So starting again from our objective, that was really to extend the existing ISO 20022 standard for financial messages to meet the requirements of what we are calling interoperable real-time payment systems, such as Mojaloop, in emerging economies. But I want to emphasize that this is not intended to be restricted to Mojaloop. We see Mojaloop as the standard bearer, dare I say, and certainly the representative of a number of requirements which are common across quite a large number of payment systems in emerging economies where the participants, both the institutional participants and the customers, don't have the kind of facilities that people in developed economies are used to having. And therefore, the way in which payments are organized, particularly in order to keep the costs of payments down as far as possible to be able to support our objective, which we habitually speak of as being able to support payments of $1 per payment or less, we really find it difficult with the existing ISO 20022 messages to really support that. So that's our objective. Now, if I look at where we've got so far, first of all, we made a decision that we should ensure that the existing definitions expand to accommodate the special requirements of the IRTP systems in emerging economies. And that, I think, really means that we didn't want to say this is a different kind of way of making payments. We want to say it's a related way. And in particular, we want to, as far as possible, leave the door open for institutions which support ISO 20022 in more advanced economies to be able to use the messages that they're used to in order to make payments to recipients in emerging economies using the extensions that we propose. So we don't want a completely separate way of doing things. We want a way of doing things that's related, but which meets the requirements that we have. So second, we started modeling what those requirements we thought would look like using the existing Mojaloop API definitions. Third, we produced an initial business justification for our requirements. Now, business justification in the ISO 20022 world essentially says there is a requirement somewhere to do something like this. And essentially, it's a way of documenting the sorts of business requirements that you have. So it doesn't necessarily say anything at all yet about how you would propose to meet those requirements, whether you think that they can be met through the existing messages, whether you think new messages are required or changes to the existing messages. Generally speaking, the business justification just says there is a requirement. We then had a number of objections raised by members of the Payments Standards Evaluation Group, which we belong to, and the Resource Management Group, Registration Management Group, I should say, which is the central committee of the ISO 20022 organization, which essentially makes the final decision about what the standards should be. So we've discussed those. And we had produced an amended business justification, which at the time of the last convening was out for comment. So what happens is we produce and submit a business justification. There are then 6 weeks for interested parties in the Payments Standards Evaluation Group to comment on, and if they want to object. And then the objections, we respond to them and we take it from there. So we then had further objections raised by members of the Payments Standards Evaluation Group. And we have now got to a stage where we've agreed on the requirements for further amendments to the business justification. So it kind of looks as if we haven't really got very much further, but I hope in the rest of this presentation to at least give you some cause for optimism. So let's look at the objections. The core objection is we don't need any new messages, we can use the existing ones. Now, this was one that was made a number of times by several people. And the way in which we read this was the existing messages should be adequate for whatever you want to do. And we also thought that was because they thought that they had fully defined the nature of a payment. So I think that that may have been the impression that I gave you when I talked to you about this at the last convening. So this was, I have to say, an oversimplification on my part. I have now come to realize. What I think they meant was something like the following. A payment, for instance, payments are not the only things we're talking about, but they're the main thing we're talking about. A payment is a payment. If we need to do new things as part of a payment, which we are saying we do, and if we can show that there's a business reason for wanting to do them, then that's fine. But it doesn't stop a payment being a payment. All it says is the definition of a payment needs to expand. So one consequence of that is that as far as they are concerned, there's no argument from economy. And what I mean by an argument from economy is one that says, well, the way in which we manage a payment is so different from the way in which you manage a payment that we might as well have our own message for doing it, because it's going to be simpler for everybody. They, for better or worse, do not think like that. Their view, as I say, is that a payment is a payment, and though there might be different ways of making a payment and different components of a payment, nevertheless, it's a payment. And the message that support, or the messages that support a payment, should be able to expand to accommodate the various sorts of things that might be required. Now, they're open to persuasion, I think, about the need for new functional qualities. And in fact, when we started to talk in more detail as a consequence of our last business justification about what it is that we wanted and why we wanted it, then we found them, I should say, perhaps somewhat more receptive than we had maybe expected them to be. The question, though, that they want to ask is, at what level are our needs different from what the current standard provides? Are we saying that there are differences in structure between the way in which we organize a payment and the way in which a payment is currently organized in the ISO standard? Are we saying that the structure is basically the same, but there are some changes to, let's say, the low-level definition of fields? An example of that would be, as you might know, the identifier fields in ISO messages at the moment are not long enough to accommodate UUIDs, universal identifiers, which are the standard way throughout the Mojaloop system for identifying anything, because they allow us to be confident that that any identifier will be universally unique, and there is no prospect of having a multiple identifier, except if you mean to identify the same thing. Now, that's an important thing for us, but it's a thing that happens quite a long way down the stack. And you can certainly imagine a case where they would say, well, we understand you need to do things like that, but all that means is either slightly to alter an existing data definition, or perhaps to introduce a choice in an identifier. So that's what I mean by saying, at what level are our needs different from what the current standard provides? So I think where we have so far, I'm going to introduce the concept here of insufficient success. which maintains a degree of optimism while allowing us to still to acknowledge the hopelessness of the whole. Oh, sorry, no, I didn't mean to say that. Where we have insufficiently succeeded so far is in showing clearly enough exactly where our requirements, we think, diverge from the existing model. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about the elements of the existing ISO data model. So when I ask what sorts of things are we trying to change, there are really four things. The first of them is the data dictionary itself. This is the underlying thing which contains definitions of all of the sorts of things that are covered by the ISO 20022 specification. Second, there's a business model which represents how a business process, and the example here is making a payment, I'll be coming back to that in a little bit, how that is made up of individual components. Third, there are the definitions of messages. Now, a check is an example of a message, of course, but there are ISO 20022 messages, and those are based on elements in the data dictionary and the business model. So a message is something which is generated out of the underlying model. It's not, as it were, a thing in its own right. And finally, there is the question of API definitions, which are also based on the underlying models, but which of course are not the same thing. So I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail about each of these things. So first of all, the data dictionary. The items in the data dictionary are divided into business concepts, which are dictionary items with a semantic meaning. And the fact that they have a semantic meaning is quite important. So that includes business elements, business associations, i.e. relationships between business elements, components, which are the things out of which business elements are made, and constraints of various kinds, which are the, as it were, the kind of inter-element rules, the things that say, if you fill in this field, then you're not allowed to fill in that field, those kinds of things. So that's the first set of things, the business concepts. Second, there are data types, and those are relatively constrained. They just specify the set of valid values of a business element or a message element. So that's all they are doing. Then there's message concepts, which include dictionary items which are used for message definition. So that includes message elements and message components and constraints. So they're similar in structure to the business concepts, except that I think a message concept will instantiate a business concept. Okay, so those are the things that are in the data dictionary, and the thing I suppose that that's worth emphasizing here is that when one thinks about a data dictionary, one tends to think about data types, but they are a relatively less important component, or at least the things called data types are a relatively less important component of what ISO 20022 thinks of as a data dictionary. So now let's look at the business model. And that provides industry-agreed definitions of all financial services concepts. I'm quoting, as you can probably tell, from the ISO website. And it's used to derive the data elements used in the message definitions, so that there's a common understanding across all messages in the various business domains about what the business service, what the financial service concept means. And therefore, when data elements are used to derive a particular message, it's always clear how those are related to the underlying financial services concepts. So let me take an example. This is the business model of a payment. So you can see that on the left-hand side, there is a component called a payment. That's made up of an execution, which is made up of a payment initiation followed by a payment instruction. And for each of those payment instructions, there is a settlement instruction, which may be a cash account or a reservation. Now, the elements of a payment in the dictionary include those sorts of things. But the definition of the business model is the payment information and processes required to transfer cash end to end from the debtor to the creditor. So you can see that end to end includes settlement in the ISO world, but it doesn't include settlement in our world, at least not at the moment. Perhaps it should, but it doesn't at the moment. On the other hand, it definitely doesn't include an agreement of terms, which is important in our world. So it's immediately looking at the model from that perspective enables us to see and point to something which we definitely need to have, but which is not, it doesn't have a part in the business model as at present constituted. Now, that's not to say, of course, that as we've looked at in the past, we might say, oh, well, we could take this model and use it as if it were an agreement of terms. But that, I think, I'm coming to the view, runs counter to the way in which the ISO 20022 standards organization wants to look at the world. They want to say, if there is an activity which is called agreeing terms, which can be defined in terms of financial concepts, as we think it can, then if that's an important part of making a payment, in the same way as initiating a payment, by which they mean sending from the customer to the agent saying, please start the payment. If there is a new entity that needs to be modeled, then we should model it inside the business concept of a payment. And from that business concept, we should derive a message which can be used or should be used to define the agreement of terms. And so that is starting to show us the way forward, I think, for really making the argument for the sorts of things that we want to do. So let me look at key issues in the concept of a payment as far as we're concerned. First of all, there's the question of how you identify the parties. Mojaloop, as you know, pays customers, for which it uses identifiers. And it leaves the work of mapping identifiers onto accounts to the individual DFSP. It wants to do that. That we think is a very important part of the way in which Mojaloop offers a level playing field to institutions of lots of different types, all the way from international banks to village savings and loan associations, because they don't need to know anything about how that mapping is done internally. All they need to know is that the DFSP, the participant, will put its hand up to a particular kind of identifier, which might be a phone number or whatever, and say, yes, I can handle that. So that's the way in which we do things. ISO 20022 uses accounts. It just assumes that everybody will have an account. Next, there's KYC information. Now, we haven't typically, Mojaloop hasn't typically done a great deal about passing KYC information. One of our founding assumptions was that, for instance, in national payment systems, it was sufficient for the participants to be compliant with the regulation in force in that jurisdiction as regards KYC for customers, and that therefore, if a customer could participate in the Mojaloop system via a DFSP, that was bound to be because the DFSP had met the local requirements for KYC in relation to that customer. So there was an implicit promise from the DFSP. That's not really the case for ISO 20022 payments because they might be going between all kinds of different institutions in different jurisdictions. And it's a situation that we will have to do something about, we Mojaloop will have to do something about as we come to think about cross-network payments and remittances. So I'll be talking a bit more about those tomorrow, but I think it's clear that we have to have a good answer for how KYC information is managed and transmitted between the parties to a payment, which we don't currently need. We also need to be able to relate payment execution to other actions in the overall payment story. And when I say other actions, I mean we need to be able to relate a request for execution of a payment to the terms that were agreed for that payment. So that is the condition fulfillment pair and possibly the related quote identifier that's passed across with the payment. It also includes, for instance, the, I'm getting ahead of myself. It also includes request to pay. So if a payment is executed as a consequence of an original request to pay, the identifier for that request to pay will be included in our payments. And it also enables us to distinguish between retries of the same transaction and new transactions. So all of those kinds of things are important in our relating, effectively telling the story of the payment inside the information that's given, which again is something which ISO 20022 is not very concerned with. Finally, there's the question of cryptographic signature of the agreed terms, and the fact that this is very important for us both as a way for the creditor institution to be confident that it's being asked to do something that it's already agreed to, and also so that the other parties to the payment, the hub and the payer DFSP, can be confident that the payee DFSP really has made a commitment that it's cleared the funds to its customer. So those, we think, are the key issues in understanding what a payment should be for us. So when I look at ISO 20022 messages, then they use components from the data dictionary to compose the information required to perform a business task, like, for instance, a payment instruction. Now, of course, this information may be different for different types of institution, for different types of payment, and for different regulatory regimes. And a consequence of this is that ISO messages tend to expand so that they can be used in all the scenarios where a payment instruction might be required. All of the kinds of payment, all of the regulatory regimes, all of the cross-regulatory regimes, and all of the types of institution that might issue them. So what has tended to happen, and I think it's happened by design, is that these expanded items are optional in the context of the overall message. So the structure of an ISO 20022 payment execution message, for instance, has a very small number of mandatory fields and a very large number of optional fields. And that's so that it can be used in many different contexts. And those contexts are constrained in individual implementations by market practice documents. Now, market practice documents are generated by individual users of ISO 20022 messages, individual schemes, for instance, SEPA, which is the European Union system for transferring payments, or SWIFT. Each of those will have a market practice document, and the market practice document is not issued by the ISO 20022 standards body. It's generated by the body that's using the messages, and basically it says if you want to join this way of doing the messages, you're allowed to use these fields, you're not allowed to use that field. If you are using this field, then you can't use that field, and so on and so forth. So it constrains the individual use. And that in itself, of course, limits the interoperability of the messages between implementations, because if you're sending a message from an institution which does not allow a particular field to be used to an institution which requires that it should be used, then those messages will be rejected. So there's a problematic area there, but it does provide a model, potentially quite a fruitful model, for extending existing messages to support new scenarios. Finally, then, I want to look at API definitions. So our existing approach has been calqued on providing on using existing message definitions. We've assumed that those can be converted directly into Mojaloop API endpoints by converting the existing XML into JSON, using, of course, sensible rules that we invented ourselves. Now, the ISO, I should say 20022 organization has been pursuing an initiative to provide a standard approach to API definition. The objective being to add value by effectively putting the business data definitions so that they can be used in API-based exchanges. They produced an initial white paper on how to do this in 2017. A draft paper was produced a year after that, explaining how to transform message level data into JSON syntax, which doesn't mean XML. There's an underlying message definition, which is, in principle at least, not XML specific. And this is a transformation of the data dictionary items. So essentially, it takes place at the same level as the transformation into XML schema definitions or into any other form of definitions. But it's about message content, which of course is not the same as an API. There is an API working group to define a governance and registration process of standardized API resources. So far, it's received one submission for consideration. We have joined the working group, both I and Jason Pollis, who is our ISO 20022 expert who's working with us on this. We've both joined that working group. And our plan is that we will submit our proposal to the API working group for consideration once it's been modeled. This is not, however, a substitute for the agreed message definitions. We see it as a parallel activity because they are both the message definitions and the API definitions are based on underlying business definitions in the data dictionary. So what's happened essentially is that the basis of the discussion has moved. It started out as a discussion about message definition centered on the existing schemas, and it's turned into a discussion about business components and data types, which we will eventually instantiate in new ways. First of all, as a set of messages in XML. Second, as a separate set of API definitions. So this discussion then will focus on two areas. First of all, is ensuring that we have the data types we need, and second, ensuring that we have the business items and the business elements that we need. So what does that mean in terms of immediate tasks? So first of all, we have agreed to review the Mojaloop data dictionary as it stands at present against the ISO data dictionary for items which can be used directly as Mojaloop data items. Amounts, for instance, might be an example. These may need to be renamed to comply with the ISO 20022 definition, simply on the basis that ISO is, I think, definitely not prepared to countenance the idea that they would rename their elements to comply with ours. I don't think that eventually will be a contentious issue, but we need to be aware that it exists. Second, items which exist in the data dictionary but which require modification to meet Mojaloop's requirements. Now, exist here means semantic existence. The question we need to ask is, does ISO have an item which means the same thing as the Mojaloop item? You may recall that when I started to talk about agreement of terms a bit earlier on, I said, well, we could use an existing message to contain the information that we currently have in the agreement of terms in the quote, but it would not be right to do so because there is no ISO message whose meaning is, here are the terms to be agreed. Now, there may be a space for debate here, but if the answer is no, then we need a new item because there isn't a current item that exists. And I think that is true, will be true for the agreement of terms. Now, typically, this will mean an extension using optional elements. But as I've said before, we expect the issue of whether elements are optional or mandatory to be defined in a market practice document. Broadly speaking, we expect most of the things that we deal with to be optional in the overall schema. There are a very small number of things which are mandatory, but the market practice document will constrain them for our particular purposes. So, the final category are items which don't exist in the ISO data dictionary and must be added. So we've talked about those already, so I won't go into them in any more detail. So let me just quickly recap on what the process is going to be. First of all, the business justification is submitted and approved. And submitted and approved, and submitted and approved, sorry. The approval is followed by an evaluation phase. And in that phase, an evaluation team is formed of volunteers, which is important because people have got to be interested enough to devote their time to this. So they are either subject matter experts, i.e. people with knowledge of the business of making payments, very low value payments in high volumes in emerging economies, and also experts in the current ISO data dictionary. So when people say, I wonder if we've got anything like this, they are the people who say, well, sort of, or yes, or no. The evaluation team then provides a set of recommendations for the changes required to the ISO data dictionary to support the requirements of the business justification. Those recommendations are reviewed by the relevant standards evaluation groups, for instance, payments, but it might also include cards. And I don't think that, there might be a foreign exchange one. Anyway, and hopefully they will be approved by them. And once they've been approved, they are submitted to the registration management group for final approval and adoption. So, question is, what about subject matter experts? Now, at the last convening, you may recall we made a call for volunteers. We had some volunteers, but engagement has not been very strong so far. Which is not, it's not intended as a criticism. The fact is that all these people have got other things to be getting on with. But we really need, I think, to develop a view of how payments should work in developing economies, which is wider than just the Mojaloop Foundation's view of that. I don't think it would be at all a useful thing to have a debate about what that view should be as part of the evaluation process. I would advise us strongly to try, if we possibly can, to have a worked out position on that going into the evaluation process. So I'd like to propose, in the very least, that we should arrange a workshop to review the question, how should these systems work in developing economies? Participants should include, I hope, people who've actually implemented such systems with or without ISO 20002 messages, bodies who are responsible for international, regional, national standards, and the objection of the work, I'll rephrase that. The objective of the workshop needs to be to define the mandatory and the desirable characteristics required for a successful IRTP system in a developing economy. And if possible, to prioritize them, in particular, say these are the most important ones, these are the less important ones. So what are our immediate tasks? First, once the work that I've just talked about has been completed, we will include it in a new version of the business justification. The objectors, the existing objectors, chief among whom I think it's fair to say are MasterCard and the European Central Bank, have agreed to review a draft version of the business justification before we formally submit it. And this is work that we would normally have expected to happen during the evaluation phase. So in some ways, it's disappointing that we are being asked to provide it as input to the business justification approval. On the other hand, it has to be done at some point anyway. And it might very well be that failing fast would be something that we will eventually say, it's good that that happened. And we would certainly hope that this will greatly accelerate the acceptance of the recommendations after the evaluation phase, because most of the things that we would have expected to have happened in the evaluation phase will already have happened. So that's all I have to say on that. Let me throw the thing open to questions. Sorry, I'm just looking at Johann's question. Ding, ding, ding. Ah, yes. So Johann, you have the quote ID question. So there is clearly something wrong with the ISO data type. Because it doesn't allow, there is no ISO 20022 identifier, which is 36 characters long, which is what we need for UUIDs of all kinds. Now, I've raised this question a number of times in the business justification and the discussions about it. And generally speaking, people's view is that they are not against the idea that there should be a new form of identifier, either as an alternative to the existing form of identifier, or perhaps as a separate type of identifier, which should be included and which people will be able to use if they want to. The other point that I want to add in relation to identifiers is that we have a lot more of them than the ISO messages do. And that's because, as I said already, of the way in which we want to give the history of the message, to be able to say, this is the quote on which this transfer execution request relies. This is the original request to pay on which this quote ID relies and on which this transfer execution ID relies, those sorts of things. Typically, those things don't exist in the ISO 20022 messages at the kind. However, I feel your pain, Johan, and I certainly agree with it. Does anyone else have any questions that they would like to ask? In the 1 minute I see that remains to us.
There is time. We've got about 10 minutes in this session. So,
oh, right.
Right. So if anyone has any questions, it would be appropriate to even allow them to.
Sorry, I was thinking that I was just on time.
You are. You did very well.
Thank you. Am I allowed to vote on rating my presentation? Is my next question, Simeon.
No, not as a speaker.
No.
But yes, I would thank everybody for participating in the rating. Just watching the chat to see if there's any questions. Right.
Oh, great. Thanks very much, Michael. I'll be calling you and hoping for African Ender to put in an excellent showing of the workshop. But I think I probably want to also wind in Steve and Paul Makin to look at how we would sort out getting a workshop of that kind set up. Thank you, Paul.
Awesome. So we've got about 10 minutes left in this session. I will, Michael, if unless you've got any last comments.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, I guess then we'll take another quick 10-minute break, and then in 10 minutes time, that should be at 1:50 p.m. UTC. I'll have Pedro come up with the vNext development updates. So let's take a quick 9-minute break now, and then at the top of the hour, we'll have Pedro. Thank you, everybody. Great, we're just about 30 seconds to the next session, which is the vNext development updates. And then in the same session, we'll also have Godfrey Kutumela give a couple of updates as well. So I'll quickly pass it back to Pedro. Pedro, are you ready? I see Godfrey's also here. So Pedro, take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. Well, thank you, Simeon. Hi, everyone. Nice meeting you. Let me start by sharing my presentation. Give me a second. Too many windows open. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, my name is Pedro Barreto from Crosslake Technologies. For those of you who don't know me, I've been working with Mojaloop for the past 3 years. I've been mostly focusing on the performance side of things and the architecture side of things. I'm also participating in the design authority. And for the past year and a half, 2 years, I've been working with a lot of the community members on two big important aspects of Mojaloop's future. One is the reference architecture that we have now produced and documented. And the second one, or the last one, is the vNext implementation, which is the next iteration for Mojaloop that embodies all of the principles and all of the design principles that we have defined for during the reference architecture sessions and design effort. So with that, let me get started with the presentation. Obviously, I'm representing the whole team. It's just me today presenting, but this is a big team effort, so don't confuse me with the rest of the team. So the agenda for today's presentation is this one. We'll start with a quick vNext build status update. We'll then go into a bit of the details of the actual implementation. We'll do a demo this time, and we'll wrap up with the usual wrap-up slides. So in terms of build status, we've been working towards the alpha version of the vNext update. And I'll explain what alpha version means for us. And for the past 2 PIs we've been developing, we don't have a lot of resources, but we've been focusing on getting the cross-cutting concerns and the participants and accounts and balances parts of the vNext functionality working in alpha version. So what we think, or what we consider an alpha version, is essentially minimum use cases with no concerns for being able to run in production. So we don't have production execution concerns. Once we have those components done in alpha version, we will proceed to a beta version. That beta version will essentially be the complete use cases of each of the bounded context of each of the parts that we are developing, still with no big focus on making it production ready. So at the end of the presentation, I'll show exactly which components we have completed in alpha version, which components we are working still on them, and which components are outstanding, are pending, because we need to start developing them. So the quick update, the quick status update for today is we have all of the cross-cutting concerns, well, not all, pretty much 90% of them in alpha version, which means that they execute the most important functions. And this is a really good news. And in the past month or so, we've been producing the participants and accounts and balances alpha versions as well. So today we have something that starts to resemble a system. It's not just technicalities. Okay, so and now we'll go through some of the implementation details. We realize that so far we haven't shown anything that we have built. Today we're going to discuss not so much what the reference architecture tells us to do, but what we have in code. This is the overview of what we have now. And by the way, this is not a formal diagram. This is just to represent in the screen what we have built today in different layers. The layers don't necessarily mean boundaries of communication between the parts. So what we have on top is the external systems, like the DFSPs that are going to be connecting to Mojaloop, and the operator UI that's also going to be connecting. In the middle, in Mojaloop Blue, what we have is the participants bounded context and the accounts and balances bounded context. So these are the functional blocks that already work. In yellow, in the almost bottom or the next bottom layer, we have all of the cross-cutting concerns. All of those things that you're seeing here are implemented. The majority of, or the most important use cases for these cross-cutting concerns are already working. Obviously not production ready. This is just the initial foundation. So we have platform configuration, security, and security we are splitting in two parts, authorization and authentication, and this is an important distinction. We have auditing, logging, and scheduling. And on the bottom part, what you see is either data stores or external systems that we integrate with. So again, don't take this as a formal diagram. This is not how the architecture actually works. This is just for ease of representation. So next, I'll explain a bit of what is the philosophy of development in terms of what are the code deliverables that we're targeting as we write code. So first, we are separating public types from implementation. This is a very important aspect because you probably all know that we're using TypeScript. TypeScript is the official language for everything that is new. So we are using TypeScript. With that means strong types for objects and for the code that we write. It is really important that we are able to provide public typing for the multiple parts of the system that we use. What this means is that I'm able to incorporate a certain interface in my application, whatever the application that I'm building, by simply depending on a public types library. And this is nuanced, but it is an important distinction. I'm not importing, or I don't need to depend on a client. I don't need to depend on an actual implementation. I can simply depend on public types library. That public types library is going to be stable because it only includes the type definition. It's not going to be including any of the implementation that is associated. So the objective here is that we have a public types library for things that define, for example, what is an audit entry? What is the structure of the audit entry? What is the structure of an audit client? By having those types, we are able to have valuable code, for example, like the participants, that depends exclusively on the public types library and not on any specific implementation of those public types. This is really important because with this, we can achieve dependency injection and inversion of control objectives. And obviously, those two strategies severely reduce the dependencies, which means that if we later have to refactor some of the public type implementations that we have, we don't really have to break all of the code that is using our dependencies. So essentially what I'm saying is, if I need to change the way auditing works or the way the audit client works, I just need to change the actual implementation for the audit. I don't have to change the public types, which means I'm not going to have to change or impact negatively the participants code that uses auditing, the accounts and balances, and every other code that is using exclusively the public types dependency. So this is, I spoke a lot about this because this is really important. This is one of the principles in our philosophy. We don't want to design a system that is overly complex and that is brittle. in the sense that if we change some piece of code somewhere, it has a cascading effect because it breaks all of other components that are depending on it. So yes, we do provide libraries so that other parts of the system, other developers can have the benefit of speeding up the development because a lot of the implementations have been done, but we want to keep those implementations from those types separate as much as possible so that we don't have those dependencies and those negative effects of breaking changes. So that's the first point. The second one is we are providing as much as possible client libraries. So what we mean by this is that obviously we're all using TypeScript. So if you need to use, for example, the accounts and balances to create an account or to create a journal entry, there's going to be a client for you. So as a client of that functionality, you just depend on the client library, you instantiate the client library, and you start using a very high level and very easy to use and well-documented client library that allows you to create accounts and to create journal entries. The same philosophy is being used for pretty much everything that we are using. Every backend component that provides functionality to the rest of the platform, to the rest of the applications that make up the vNext platform, provide a client library, not just public types. And the last point about our design philosophy, which is I know it's a contentious point, not everyone agrees with monorepos, it's one of those big discussions. We opted, and these principles, obviously, it's important to mention that they come from the previous implementation that we had with the performance POC and some of the experience that we had. What we are now using is a monorepo per bounded context. So what we're doing is, and Simeon was mentioning the bounded context before. A bounded context for those of you who are not familiar with, is a block of cohesive functionality in the system. So if you look at all of the Mojaloop, you will see that there's participants, there's accounts and balances, there's quotes, there's transfers, there's management aspects, there's interoperability, APIs, all of those big chunks of functionality, according to the design that we did, the design effort that we did with the reference architecture, those are bounded contexts. So what we have in terms of code structure is we have a mono repository, a single repository for each bounded context. What it means is that we are able to pack in a single repository the client libraries, the public types, and the multiple services that make up a bounded context. So this is an important point to mention. Okay, so now going to the actual stuff that we've been building and starting with the cross-cutting concerns. We have the platform configuration bounded context, and essentially this is a mechanism that allows any application of the platform to define its own schemas, and a schema can have parameters, feature flags, and secrets, bootstrap those schemas to that central component that is the platform configuration services, and essentially telling the central system, I am an application, I need to function some parameters, some feature flags, and some secrets. Now, those will be versioned, and those will be changeable. What it means is that once that application schema has been bootstrapped, an operator can go to a central management console and change the parameters of a certain application, change feature flags, and change secrets. This is really important because then we will have things like automatic reload of parameters, and we don't have to redeploy any applications so that they can reuse different parameters. So this is really important. An important point to mention is also that these parameters, feature flags, and secrets, they are not necessarily technical parameters. We're not talking about the URL to a database or some username or that sort of thing. We're talking about parameters that change the way the application works. For example, which settlement model we are using, that's going to be a parameter. If make a checker is mandatory or it's not mandatory, which feature flags are enabled? Are we using the certain new code that we want to experiment in a certain platform? And for that, we use a feature flag. So the point is, these are not technicalities. These are parameters that applications can now use and basically delegate to a central management system so that they can, so that operators can configure the applications without touching the applications themselves and without redeploying the application. So this is an important aspect. And that little box that you see on the bottom right side, this is the amount of components for each of these bounded contexts. In this case, I'm going to read through this one and skip the next one. But in this one, the platform configuration is made up of one REST backend service, one client library, and one public types library. So going on to the security bounded context. Security is made up, according to the model that we have, to the reference architecture design, is made up of authentication, which is the ability to log in users and applications. Authorization, which is the ability to define and to make decisions about who and which users and which applications can do what in the system, which activities in the system. Cryptographic functions, and also which include key management store. So those three big chunks of functionality are inside the security bounded context. As you can imagine, this is one of the most important bounded contexts that we have from the cross-cutting concerns, bounded context, and it packs a lot. In today's implementation of Mojaloop, we don't have security. We don't have platform configuration either, but security is a very important aspect because the way we are building vNext is to integrate from the ground up all of these concepts, which means that we don't have to add on top of Mojaloop security for the next version. It will come as a first-class citizen. So we have those three big areas. Going to the authorization, we have native role-based authorization, an explicit one. What this means is that there's going to be roles, there's going to be application privileges, and unless an operator composes roles with certain privileges, roles don't have automatically any privileges to start with. So essentially what we're saying is this is almost like a zero trust security model where unless someone added privileges to a role, to compose a role, and then associated a role to a certain user or to a certain application, no one has access in the system. So it's a zero trust system by default. And then what we have is those per application privileges that I was mentioning. What this means is that it's a bit like the logic of the platform configuration. Each application will define what are the privileges that the application needs to operate. Essentially, every time that an application code needs to ask the question, can a certain user or a certain application that's calling me do this operation, we're going to create a privilege. The privilege can be execute a transfer, approve a participant, create a participant, create a quote, rename some object. So this is the unit or the atomic authorization principle. Essentially, can someone do an activity? That activity is going to be a privilege. Each application will, as they start, like the platform configuration, they will have a schema that details all of the privileges that a certain application needs. When a new version of the application is published, those privileges will be bootstrapped to the security bounded context. At this moment, the security bounded context will have now the knowledge about all of the privileges from each of the applications. And at this moment, again, some operator can compose the roles with the different privileges that make up the system. So this is, it's the standard model of privileges belonging to a role and then role belonging to a user or a group of users or an application. We're just putting this from the ground up into vNext in a way that is distributed. It is distributed because each application publishes the privileges, but the security bounded context in the central services, they are not aware of the application. So again, we're trying to decouple this as much as possible so that the different parts of the system can be resilient and not depend on each other and not call each other. There's a pluggable IAM, identity and access model, mechanism. What this means is that when we are authenticating, we're actually authenticating against the security service, the authentication service in the vNext platform. And that in itself is going to call a pluggable module. So essentially what happens is that we have a mechanism of creating multiple connectors. Let's call them as a connector. It's an adapter to endpoint authentication mechanisms. This could be a local file-based authentication, a local database, an Active Directory, or some cloud IAM for cloud-based IAM, for example. So essentially what we're allowing to is we're not going to be implementing every possible connection to every possible IAM. So we are designing this in a way that anyone can bring new code to create a new adapter to connect to whatever authentication mechanism they have. In essence, what this means is that if you're implementing Mojaloop and you have an Active Directory where you would like your users to come from and your roles to come from, it's going to be really easy to do this. Essentially, you just create a connector for that, assuming one won't exist by the time you try to implement, and then you are just going to need to map the roles to the roles that exist in your IAM, either group-based roles or actual roles from Active Directory, for example. So the same will apply for cryptographic functions and key management stores. And hardware-based cryptographic mechanisms, all of those functionalities are being today abstracted via a mechanism that allows us to create a new connector, a new adapter to some other mechanism of providing this functionality. Effectively, what we have is we have this first internal layer of security in the platform, which is platform specific. And that's going to be talking to the internal applications of Mojaloop. And then we have that layer on the outside that allows us to connect the security in a very secure manner to any security considerations or providers on the outside. Again, this is all centrally managed. There's APIs and to manage the security aspects. Logging. We have a logging and we have an auditing mechanism. I'm going to quickly go through the differences between logging and auditing because it's not unusual to interchange those two. Logging, in the simplest terms, is for developers. So essentially, as a developer, I want to know what the application is doing. Auditing is for auditors, is for business. It's not for developers. Auditing is about what happened in the system of relevance that makes the system state be what it is today. So if I'm an auditor, I want to know why a certain number exists, why a certain value exists, why a certain state of the system exists, and how did it get to there. So with that difference explained, the logging bounded context that we have is again made by a central service, a REST service, client library, and a public types library. And what we're delivering is flexible and fast logging. This is well, purely because I only had two real important points at this. It is developer friendly. Again, it's just a quick library that's really easy to use. It's pluggable, which means that we don't have to use the same logging implementation all over. We don't have to use the full-blown distributed logging mechanism. We can have a console logging as we are developing. It's really flexible in the sense that we can develop quite nicely and then have the same code that we are calling the log. We use exactly the same code and we are suddenly logging against the production mechanism. So this is really important. And again, on the central storage system, we are able to replace the databases. Today we are using Elasticsearch. We can use whatever we want because there's an adapter layer again at the REST service. So this is applicable to pretty much everything that we have. On the auditing, I'm going to spend a bit of time talking about the auditing. This is a really important aspect. I recall the discussions initially in a year, probably more than a year ago with Miller about the importance of making sure that auditing is read-only and we can prove that a certain action was made and this is tamper-proof. So what we have is a two-layer cryptographic signature mechanism. Essentially, we have the client that will have its own private certificate, and we have the service that has its own certificate as well. What happens when an application using the client, the audit client, audits an entry, is that in that first moment, that client is going to cryptographically, it's going to create a cryptographic signature of the audit entry. And it's going to be sending the audit entry to the service along with that signature and the ID of the certificate that was used to sign. Once that package gets to the back end of the auditing mechanism is going to open the package, validate, and it's going to envelope again the package that it received from the client. It's going to create another signature, which is this time the server signature. It's going to then store the full package, which includes the original auditing entry. It includes the original client signature from the application. It then includes the signature from the backend, and all of this is stored in Elasticsearch. So what this allows us is to have the ability to, by providing the public keys or the public certificates for both the application that is logging and the auditing. Sorry, I keep saying logging, but I mean auditing. So with the public certificate of the auditing client, of the auditing application, and the public certificate of the auditing service, we can verify that the audit entry was tampered or not. So this is an important mechanism that we have, and we have achieved this. Associating this with a read-only storage mechanism will provide the business goals that we have discussed since the beginning for auditing. So again, we have the same pluggable central storage. This is transversal to pretty much everything that we've been implementing. All of the infrastructure aspects can be replaced. So that's it for auditing. Scheduling BC, so scheduling bounded context. What is this? This is essentially it's a platform-wide and scalable cron tab. All during our discussions, reference architecture discussions, we had lots of points where we were discussing how can I do something that happens 5 minutes from now? How can I make sure that my system generates a report every day? All of those parts of the systems, essentially what they need cron tab mechanisms. They need mechanism that is time bound to execute some tasks. So what we designed during the reference architecture was a scheduling bounded context. Essentially what this allows us is allows an application to register for either a recurring or a one-shot reminder that says, hey, in 5 minutes time, send me an event, or in 5 minutes time, call this URL, which is probably belonging to my application, or every day at 2 o'clock, send me this event or call me at this HTTP address. So this is very simple. The point that we're trying to achieve is that by having this, we are now simplifying everything that needs to be scheduled throughout the rest of the application. And we have this benefit of having centrally everything that we can schedule. We have visibility. Okay, going to the functional bounded context. Today, we have implemented the alpha versions for those two, participants and account balances. For the participants, what we have is fully separate and testable domain logic. This applies to pretty much all of the bounded context that we have developed so far, even the cross-cutting concerns, but especially important to the functional bounded context. The point is, we have domain logic that, in essence, is completely separated from any infrastructure concern. So imagine participants as having, well, not imagine, participants have business rules. Those business rules today are implemented in what we are calling a domain logic packet. And this is very simple code that executes and enforces the business rules, nothing else. It has no concern for infrastructure. Essentially, I'm not going to the details right now, but by using inversion of control and dependency injection, what we are producing is a domain logic package that expects to receive upon construction or instantiating the infrastructure components. And inside that domain logic, the only thing that we do is test that a participant has a proper name, that the valid rules apply, that, for example, in the accounts and balances, there's balance. So effectively, we have the valuable code of our application testable and separated. So we can change business logic without the fear of touching infrastructure code and vice versa, which is probably more important. We can change infrastructure. We can implement different infrastructure code without touching the rules that make our platform work as it should. So again, this is the first candidate for the role-based authentication authorization that I was mentioning, participants. And this is something that we will see in the demo. And we have native Maker Checker embedded. Going to the accounts and balances, again, we have a fully separate and testable domain logic. We have a black box approach to the ledger. The way we designed this according to the reference architecture, accounts and balances is completely separated from the rest of the system. It's essentially a ledger that is driven from the outside. It has no idea that it belongs to Mojaloop. It has no idea about what a transfer is or what a settlement is. Essentially, from the outside, participants, transfers, and settlements will create accounts and then create journal entries, and that's it. The accounts and balances will behave as a very simple ledger. This has multiple benefits. The first one is that we are uncomplicating everything, and it becomes really simple to test the domain logic. We can replace the accounts and balances. Later on, the the transfers and the accounts and balances are probably a candidate to replace with Tiger Beetle. There's going to be more news on that later. So for now, the implementation that we have is really simple. Accounts and balances is also controlled from the outside. So essentially, participants, settlements, and transfers control and direct what the accounts and balances need to do. And the domain logic obviously pertains to the accounts and balances. This is also going to be the first one to include a gRPC binary interface. This is going to be our first experiment by having an ultra fast and light, very light in terms of performance and network binary interface. This is one of the conclusions that Miguel and I came to when we completed the performance POC, which was we will probably unlock a lot more performance if we start using very fast interfaces that don't use verbose JSON text going through the network. So this is going to be the first one. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now, and this is time to do a demo. Let me just change to share the demo. Apologies for this. There's a lot of windows open. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yep. So this is this admin UI is not just for the demo. What you're actually seeing is the humble beginning of a Mojaloop next version administrative operator portal. So we didn't build this just to show off that we have stuff. This is, again, much like the cross-cutting concerns like security, platform configuration, all of those things that we're embedding from the ground up in the vNext platform. A UI, a management UI that is secure is also included. So I'm going to start by logging in, and I'm going to use my super secure password. And this is, I'm trying to not show the stuff that I know it's broken. So give me just, so the first thing that I'm going to show you is this is already using the authentication and the authorization. So what you're seeing now is this is my page as a user. I'm the administrator. I'm logged in as the administrator user. And what I'm seeing is my profile page, a very crude one, but this is my profile page. And what we can see in this page is that I was granted, or I was given, I belong to the platform admin role. And if I click here, I'm going to see the object that makes up the role. This is not very interesting, but the role in this case has privileges associated to it. And in this list of privileges, what you can see is that this platform admin role includes the ability or the privilege to approve a transfer. And this is from the platform admin role. Obviously, I only have one role, so everything is going to come from that role. But if I had multiple roles, I would be able to see which privileges came from which roles. Then I have a very short description about what this privilege means in terms of the application and the owner application. So I can see that, for example, this one, the view participant privilege, is from the participant's bounded context, from the participant service application, and in its version 003. So essentially, I have the ability of seeing what I can do in the system. And I can do this in the system, application by application. We don't have yet the management aspect of this. So there's no buttons yet to create a new role or to associate privileges with roles. We can do that already by using a REST API. So that exists already. It's just not in the UI. So if we scroll down, what we see is this is the token. So we're using JWTs, so JSON Web Tokens, for and when we authenticate against the system, we're going to get back this. Well, actually, what we get back is this long string of characters, and when these are decoded, what we get is this. There's an important mention to make with access tokens. The way they work, this is cryptographically signed. There's a part of this, I think it's the end, there's a part of this which is the signature, which means that not only we cannot change this without breaking the cryptographic signature, we cannot change the content or the type, the payload that comes in the token without breaking the signature. The way we have this implemented is the typical standard way, which is the authentication mechanism provides an endpoint that allows anyone from the outside to consult its public certificates, the public part of the certificate, which means that my UI application can log in, receive a token, and then look at the token and look at the public certificate of the authentication service and say, was this signed by that public token? And thus realizing or confirming that this is a valid token for this application. One thing that you will see is that this token contains the roles. So what this means is that every time that my application receives a call, whatever the application is, a UI or a call to a backend REST API, that receiver of the call will have this token, which means that I do now know who's calling me and what are the roles that that user belongs to. So I don't have to do an extra call. This is an important aspect of the distributed mechanisms that we are implementing. So essentially, this is what you see. This is all of the information that we pass in that token. And this token allows us to, for example, know that I'm the user admin and I have this role, and then this role means certain things. So I'm going to go now to the platform configuration, and this is just to show what are the registered applications that we have who have submitted a schema for its configuration. We have obviously a test. There's no demo without a test thing. And we have a TypeScript template. This is another test. And what we can see is that we have two applications in here who have submitted their platform configuration schemas, and there were changes made to those schemas or to the values of those schemas. And in this case, those two, both of them, are in their second iteration. Again, it's important to notice that these components are versionable, so we can actually have evolved the applications, and obviously evolving applications have different parameters and different configurations. And every time that we change centrally the values of a certain configuration, what this means is that there's going to be an iteration on that configuration change. At this moment, there's going to be a trigger to the application so that the application knows that a certain value or a certain parameter was changed. Going on to the list of parameters, this is the example parameters. We have in the first column, there's the definition of which bounded context an application and version the parameter belongs to. There's the name of the parameter, the type. They can be booleans, strings, integers, and float numbers. Later on, we will have a list so that we can choose between multiple options. Today, we don't have that yet. Each parameter will have, as provided by the schema that the application codes and defines, they have a default value, and then we have the current value. That's the one that is managed through the system. There's also a description so that we can have a nice UI that shows what the operator is changing. We have the same for feature flags and the same for secrets. Secrets are a special part in here because the secrets will come from a different secret management store. They will not be stored in the same place. So this is the participants, the configurations. And I'm now going to show the participants mechanism. The objective of this participants demo is to show the maker checker and the role-based authentication, authorization. So I'm going to create a participant. I'm going to create demo participant 1. I'm going to give it a very big and informative description. And I have my demo participant. So I have 2 participants now. In order to show this truly, I have to log out, and I'm going to log in with my operator level 1 user. So I'm going to use two different users because they will have different permissions. So if you see here, I'm the operator level 1, and I have the ability to view participants, create participants, disable, manage the endpoints, manage the accounts, but I don't have the ability to approve a participant or to enable a participant. And this is an important aspect. So I'm going to click the approve, and obviously I cannot approve this participant. I'm not authorized to do that. I will try to approve this one. Again, I'm not authorized. Because I have this information in the token, I could be smart enough as to not show the approve button in the UI. This would be the easiest way, or at least to gray it out, so that we make out a very good user experience. I left it like this so that we can test it. So what we can do is we can create a participant. So let's call the op1 participant. I have created this op1 participant. This was created by me, so I'm going to try to approve it. I cannot because I don't have the ability to approve participants. Okay, so let's move to the next level of the demo. I'm now going to log in with an operator level 2. Let's see what the operator level 2 has in terms of roles. It has the level 2 operator role, obviously, and this role allows everything that the previous role allowed, plus the approval of a participant. And this is an important aspect for our demo. So I'm going to go here in the participants, and I can see that none of these participants is active, which means they haven't been approved yet. And I can see who created the participant. So I'm going to try to approve this one, and I was able to approve it. So the new participant, it was not created by me, was created by operator level 1. Remember, I'm level 2, and that means I was able to approve it. So this is approved. If I want to approve this demo participant that was created by admin, I will probably also be able to do it. So I'm going to be able to approve it because it was not created by me, and I do have the ability, I have the privilege to approve participants. Now let's check something. I'm going to create the op2 participant to see something. If I try to approve the op2 participant, I'm going to get an error. And this error is I cannot approve participant because that's the maker checker violation. So what this means is that my business logic, and again, this is something that is in the code, in the business logic. It's not, there's no infrastructure code, complex code whatsoever. What we're saying is we have a few lines of code that very clearly say the user cannot be the same. So there's a maker checker violation because I cannot approve my own participant, the participants that I created, even if I have the ability and I have the privilege to approve participants. So this concludes the demo. Let me just now show you. I'm going to stop sharing this and I'm going to share what happened in the auditing side of things. let me try to. Can you see my screen? You're supposed to see a Kibana interface. So now what I'm showing is, let me refresh this. So on one side, in here, we're seeing the logs. I hope this is readable. The point is not to see the details, but what you're seeing here is the logs of the application. So there's the bounded context, there's the application name and the application version and the component for the cases where we have a component, and the message. And what we're seeing here is all of the activity that has been happening in the multiple applications that I have running here in my computer. And I have 7 or 8 applications, the cross-cutting concerns plus counts and balances plus the participants. So all of those things are registered as per normal logging. This is not very special. Today we have very good logging already. So this is now the auditing mechanism. And this is the one where I'm going to be spending a bit of time. So in here, you can see the same set of properties, the source bounded context, the application, and the version name. We now can see the action type. So this is the action that I'm auditing against. A participant was approved. Was the action successful? It wasn't. In this case, it wasn't. That was one of the cases where I was trying to approve my own participant, and it was rejected. And then if I see the rest of the data, and this is a lot of data, so I really hope that this is visible, or at least it provides an idea. So we have an auditing service signature. This is that signature that is produced at the end in the service before storing in Elasticsearch the auditing entry. So the whole auditing entry that you're seeing was signed. This is the signature. I can use this signature and I can use this JSON document to verify if this JSON document was tampered with. And I can also verify who signed it, if it was the proper certificate, in this case, the auditing service certificate. I can see the caller network address, the sources. There's plenty of detail for those interested in the auditing. And here we have the source signature. So this is the signature of the initial entry according to the view of the client library. So this is the application initially that signed the entry that was later submitted to the service, signed again, and then stored in this Elasticsearch database. So the point is, these cryptographic signatures allow us to verify that none of this was tampered, that all of them were issued by the correct applications with the correct certificates. So this is what I'd like to show in here. And I will now go to my last bit of presentation, where I'm going to share the separation of our code. A second. I hope you can see the screen. So this is just code, not very interesting for a lot of people. I mean, it's really interesting. And what we can see is, first we can see the monorepo structure. And this is the important bit. We have one repository for the accounts and balances bounded context. That's just one. And that includes several modules. One module in this case is the client. So this is the client that the participants uses when it wants to create an account or create a journal entry in the accounts and balances service. We have a service, an application service. In this case, this application service is a web server. So this is an HTTP REST-based application. We could have more applications. In the future, we will have a gRPC application that will equally serve the same functionality. And then what we have is, and this was something very important that I was mentioning before, we have the domain. This domain is made up of very simple code. So in this domain, you can see the aggregate. I'm not going to go through the code, that's not the point, but the aggregate has no concern about infrastructure mechanisms at all. So if you look at the constructor, you will get an interface of an implementation for a logger, a repository, and multiple other components, but none of them know about the details of the infrastructure itself. So this is a very powerful and an important concept, because what it allows us to do is to have multiple applications serving the same domain. So what it means, if I want to have a gRPC application that serves the accounts and balances functionality, I can do that. If I want to use REST, I can do that. If I want to use a local .NET, or sorry, a local service, I can do that because I can just reuse the domain. I call the domain instead of either including the code of the domain or embedding it. So this is an important aspect. All right, we're near the end. I'm going to go to the presentation. Apologies for this. I'm going to go to there. Let me share the screen again with the presentation. Okay, so that's it. We've done the demo. So this is the detailed list that I was mentioning before. This is the cross-cutting concerns list of components. As you can see, the alpha version's done doesn't mean that it's completely done and ready for production. Again, this is not even beta, this is alpha version, which means only the most important use cases. And what you're seeing in green is that we have the vast majority of the cross-cutting concerns implemented. So these are working. You saw pretty much all of them during my demo. It was, we don't have time to show all of the details, but all of these components that are listed in green were working during that demo that I just did. So this is the cross-cutting concern build status. This is the functional status. So what we have is we have the participants bounded context service and the type sleep, and we have the accounts and balances client and the service and the application. What we're missing is a lot. Obviously, we're missing transfers, quotes, account lookup, the interfaces, the FSOP, ISO, settlements, notifications. Settlements is twice. I hope we don't have to implement settlements twice, or at least that Michael can help us. So again, I don't want this to transmit the idea that we're done. We're not. We're just delivering the alpha version. As soon as we can, we're going to go to the beta version, and that's when we will have a more complete platform to show for. Okay, so in terms of resources and progress, during this last PI, the development accelerated really by a lot. And this is not because we had a lot more resources. This is mostly because a lot of that initial plumbing is done already. So last PI, we had an additional developer. It's Gonçalo Garcia. And obviously this contributed to the acceleration. The fact is that we're at the stage now where that initial plumbing is done. So we're not refactoring systematically. What we have is the cross-cutting concerns stabilizing, which means that we can, with confidence, start building the functional components, the participants, the accounts and balances, and all of that with a bit more speed and without going back so many times. So the good news is that for this new PI, for PI 19, we will have more time from Gonçalo, and we will have a new senior developer that will join. So we hope to keep on accelerating the pace at which we deliver vNext. And as always, we still need help. There's plenty to do. So if you have some time on your hands and you would like to be involved in developing the future version of Mojaloop, please reach out and we'll make sure you have something to do. So the final thanks, the obvious one, I'd like to thank Gonçalo Garcia, Jason Brewer. These two guys have been participating in the development. Small team, very focused team, really important. Michael Wagoner, who's been working on the reference architecture documentation and doing a great job. And that's it. I would like to thank this team. Obviously, there's a lot of people that we need to thank for the reference architecture work that we did in previous years. Pretty much everyone in the community participated somehow. So I'd like to thank all of those folks. And that's it. So I think I hope we have some time for questions, because I know Godfrey has his presentation.
I think let's pass it to Godfrey in the interest of time, Pedro. But if there are any questions, it would be great to put them in the chat or in Slack.
Okay. Thanks everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Pedro. Thanks, Simeon. Just to align on the time, Simeon, how much time do I have? I don't want to overstep.
I'll give you 10 minutes and then I'll shift the break a little bit.
10 minutes is fine. I'll align to it. Okay, let me just quickly bring my share. Okay. Is it coming up?
I don't see it yet.
Okay, fix it quickly.
There we go, can see it now.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, hi everyone, and thanks again to have you again as part of this initiative. And yeah, it has been a very great journey to where we started and where we are. And very specific to the code quality and security workstream, we had a lot of busy kind of like PI in the past. And now we're actually kind of like close to that maturity stage wherein we're not being adding a lot of more new things. So for this PI, we really didn't have much to really contribute to the core, precisely because there's a lot of work that is happening that Pedro has reflected as part of the vNext. So, and also on the infrastructure as code, there's a lot of incorporation of security elements as part of the infrastructure as code. So we don't want to coexist too many projects or too many matters that really solve the same problem. But after those, we'll actually have to go back to the drawing board and see where more gaps are that could actually be addressed as kind of like a standalone non-functional aspects of this architecture. So for this period, it was really kind of like a snapshot of the OSS elements that we're leveraging, just to make sure that we are in grasp of all the supply chain possible issues that might arise as part of the software. And most people that are looking to adopt this, they really want to make sure that this part is really kind of like conducive for them and permissive for them to make the software more private. So for that matter, we perform this quarterly and actually just detect all the kind of like open source components that are used, just to make sure that we could mitigate for any possible supply chain risk. And our assessment is really twofold. The first part is really looks at the license assessment, which actually, ensures that everything we do, the licenses we utilize, are in lines with the Mojaloop open source policy, which is Apache 2.0. And this is really the most permissible we could get. We'll allow, everybody to use the software the way they want to use it freely. And for those that actually don't even mind to, make their software a little bit more public, you could link the Apache 2.0 libraries into your kind of like GPL 3.0. But those are the nitty-gritties that people that are experienced in this field will have to consult with the lawyers to make sure that that's actually feasible. And the second part of this assessment was really to look at the vulnerabilities and the update of the libraries to make sure that they're not exposing our core system. And for this is we really leverages a couple of databases. However, we use a white source scanner to scan the entire code and do a lot of more work as manual analysis. So what we're going to see is really things that has been scanned with the white source tools get returned, and over 60% of it is just manual analysis. It's not something that you could click a button and have it at the back. And obviously we do this within Cross Lake for other customers. We have a center of excellence that focuses on open source security. And we do over kind of like 300 of this for about 300 companies in the M&A space. And yeah, the contribution really is really high. In the past, it used to be considered kind of like maybe threat to penetration testing and static code analysis. But now in any mergers and acquisition is actually considered first to look at, if there's any risk that can, affect the ownership of the software and the security of the software as it will be running. So I'll just quickly give you a summary. There's a lot of details that we'll actually kind of like disclose to the team upon this presentation. And I will first share it with the DA and the core team, and just to desensitize it, and we'll share it publicly. I just put this one slide just to try and summarize everything, since Simeon gave me only 10 minutes. But here the key pointers really are, on the security side, we did a deep analysis of all the high security and the medium security finding we detected, and we couldn't find anything that actually has to do with a direct dependency. So all the libraries that we take and use them directly into the software, those actually do not have any vulnerabilities. But what we're seeing here, which is also a trend in the market, per se, is most of this security finding that we have affects, transitive dependencies, which are dependencies within the packages we use or dependencies within dependencies. And for us, we've been discussing this, and Mila has been spotting a lot of events happening around the supply chain, risk. And we need to go back to the drawing board and look at our dependency strategy and see if it's fit enough for us to be able to sustain it and then help it to, to help us to mitigate as much as possible. Because if you see the number is about, 177 vulnerabilities. But when I dig deep on that number, we can actually go down to about, 20 to 25 odd libraries that we have to worry about. But, from a risk perspective, we have about, 5 libraries, which actually has a CVVS rating of above 9, which make it a critical vulnerability. So for these ones, I'm actually marking them down for prioritization so that the core team can have a look at this, because since they're kind of like have a high impact, we need to find a way of addressing them, even if they're transitive dependencies. And that's actually kind of like something that most people does. We just take anything that is critical and resolve it fast and then go down to anything else as an order of priority. And on the license part, we're pretty kind of like been doing good, on a year on year. And last quarter, we actually recorded no GPL findings, but in this quarter, there's a couple of things that actually bubbles in that with GPL. But just to a top level analysis, we actually had about 18 GPL libraries. And out of those kind of like 18 GPL libraries, 13 of them have alternative licenses that are kind of like a permissive. And this really does not come automatically from the tool. The tool will tell you that, hey, I see this library that has a GPL license, and it's a manual exercise for me to figure out as to if the library has an alternative license, is that license allowed to actually be used standalone away from the GPL version? So in this case, we just actually have to be cautious so that it's not a dual license library where it requires both a GPL as well as an MIT or an Apache license. So we've actually done a validation of that. And then all these 14 GPL licenses have real alternative license that you could default to. And defaulting it is just changing, the notices, and we don't have to change the library itself. Then from then we should be good. And 5 libraries that have GPL only licenses makes us non-compliant with our own, license scheme. So obviously this has been marked, and the code bases that this libraries come from, I've marked them. And as you can see, some of them are not coming from the core code basis of Mojaloop, which is kind of like a fast relief, but the fact that we're distributing it from our GitHub repositories may make us really liable to comply with the conditions of GPL, unfortunately. So the core team will have a look at this and how best we could actually avoid having them. And where we have them, we can actually declare them and change the notice and attributions to actually mention if there's anything that we have changed within those libraries. Then once those is done, and we should be fine in terms of the license risk. That's really kind of like in a nutshell. The next slide is really to do a comparison from where we started, in January this year. And as you can see, the code base is growing a little bit. The number of kind of like repositories is growing steadily, as well as the number of libraries that we have. So in this case, we scan everything. So even if there's noise in the first scan, there will be noise in the second scan. So the accuracy of this can actually be done by filtering a lot of, non-core repos, test repos, but, the consistency will still be more or less the same. But what is good here is that there's a higher rate of libraries that are updated. And if you look at the number, it's actually well over 95% or about 94% of all the libraries across all the quarters that we've been scanning. They're really updated, with only a few that we have to worry about and bring them to the latest versions for those. And also there's a use of kind of like multiple versions of libraries across code bases. And this is really very possible in cases wherein we have multiple teams that are contributing to this code. We have a team that actually did the testing toolkit is different from the team that has done the payment manager. So we're not going to be focusing much more to try and get the versions to the same, unless if those versions are vulnerable or wholly outdated, then we can actually resolve them across all the code bases impacted. And lastly, we actually took a snapshot of the white source benchmark database. This is a database of all the previous scans that customers has used white source to perform. And all what they do is they just averages what they see and set a ratio. So the ratio that we set there, which is an overall average, is pretty much how most people are doing. And above the line is really how Mojaloop is doing. So both on vulnerable libraries, we're doing better, and on outdated libraries, we're doing a whole lot better, wherein our average is much more lower than the standard average, which is actually pleasing. So this is really what we could share with anybody coming to adopt the software. And we've done all our works and the checks and balances. Our version management is working, and our vulnerability detection systems to a particular point are helping us to be as clean as we are. So that's really, really how we look at the moment. And in conclusion, we haven't done a lot this PI except for the first point, but also Louis as well and Sam has been continuing with the DevSecOps maintenance around vulnerability and patching. And they were looking to add a little bit more activity in the next PI around code signing and also approving the standard and implementing a static code analysis tool, and as well as working with Steve and Paul to really kind of like align the messaging around the regulators and anybody else wanting to adopt this. So in response to some of the prospective adopters, we were being kind of like, helping, the teams and responding to tenders and making sure that we have an appropriate message out there that will actually help Mojaloop to be well adopted. That's really what we wanted to share in a short space of time, Simeon. So I'll hand it over to you for any questions for myself and Pedro.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Godfrey. I'm unfortunately not going to allow too much time for questions. I see there's some chatter in the chat. So Godfrey and Pedro, if you guys, I see Pedro responding, but if you could respond, that would be awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. We've got just one more session, but before we go into the break, we've got a break and then one more session. But before we go into the break, we will do a quick trivia. I invite all of you. Catherine, are you ready for the trivia? There we go. So I'd invite each one of us to participate in the trivia. You can join the trivia by either using your phone to scan the QR code right there on your screen. That is what I intend to do myself. Or you can use the link kahoot.it, and that should give you the game and enter the game thing. So please remember to use the same name. That's if you want your trivia scores stacked together. Please use the same name that you used in the trivia during the previous break. One second. I'm just looking and I see Paul's in there. Waiting for a couple more players. There we go. I see Sam, thanks for joining. Me is in there. I'll see if I can get you all the link on the computer, just so that you can make it easy to join. I see a few more people joining, that's great. Great. I see Luanda, Rajesh, Tili, Karal, Tulo, Jacques is in there. Great to see you. Sam, EKG, Steve, I guess you joined. That's excellent. Son of Sam is back with us again. Paul Baker, I think that is. Great. I'll give it another minute, give everybody a chance to join. We have 15 people. In another 30 seconds, I will start off the game. I see Dinesh, James, Archie, thank you for joining. Right, there's 20 people. Last call for people to join the game. You can do that by either scanning the barcode on your screen or going to kahoot.it and entering the game pin. Why don't we start? Let's go. Right. So this is the second round. All right, 8 questions. Which capital city of the 4 listed lies closest to the equator? Quito, Ecuador, Nairobi, Kenya, Kampala, Uganda, or Libreville, Gabon? Which capital city lies closest to the equator? 12 answers, 14 answers, 15 answers, 18. Awesome. I think we've got everyone covered. The actual answer is Quito in Ecuador, not Nairobi, Kenya, contrary to popular opinion. 9 people got that. That's excellent. I think some people might have visited Ecuador on a vacation trip. Let's use on the scoreboard. Ooh, Zarchi is 853 points. Son of Sam comes in second. Rajesh is at 679. PA at 620. Excellent. Miguel, the image is not an excuse for misleading. Sorry about that. Let's go to the next question. Question number 2 out of 8. What is the name of our toolkit? Is it the adaptation toolkit? Is it the enhancement toolkit? Is it the resource toolkit? Or is it the adoption toolkit? What is the name of our Mojaloop toolkit? Tricky question here. Is it the enhancement toolkit, the adaptation toolkit, the adoption toolkit, or the resource toolkit? The correct answer is the Mojaloop adoption toolkit, not the resource toolkit. Pay attention. A good number of people got it. Somebody might have missed the spelling and chose adaptation toolkit instead. Let's use on the scoreboard. No testing toolkit, Sam, but good call. Actually, you should have put the word testing toolkit in there. Son of Sam at the top, so is Paul. Sam is on the scoreboard. Welcome, Sam. Steve is still on the scoreboard, and Zarchi. Tsili is the highest climber today, climbed up 5 places. Excellent. Let's see. Let's go to the next question, question 3. All right. What is the name of the longest river in the world? Is it the Nile River? Is it the Yangtze River? Is it the Amazon River? Is it the Yellow River? What is the name of the longest river in the world? The last time we did one of these questions, not many people got the answer correct. The correct answer is actually the Amazon River, not the River Nile. Good question there. The Amazon River is the longest river in the world. Let's use on the scoreboard. Ooh, hey, there I am. Tsili's up on the board as well. Mayu Lei is the highest climber with climbed up 6 spots. Son of Sam is the top. I see Paul and Steve. It should be illegal for Paul and Steve to be on the board. Let's go to the next question, question 4. Midpoint, you still have a good 4 questions to redeem yourself. What is the 3rd largest ocean in the world? Is it the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, the Arctic Ocean, or the Antarctic Ocean? What is the 3rd largest ocean in the world? The 3rd largest ocean. 20 answers with a second to go. The 3rd largest ocean is actually the Indian Ocean. Excellent. Let's use on the board now. Jacques is on the board. Welcome, Jacques. Paul and Steve running almost neck and neck there. Son of Sam is also on the board. PA is our highest climber, 5 points up. All right. Excellent. Jacques, I see your excitement. Let's see if you can still stick to the board. Let's go to question number 5. True or false? Simplified. We will be going to Zanzibar for our October 22 community meeting. Is that true or is that false? We will be going to Zanzibar for our October 2022 community meeting. Miguel says that's a trick question. Is that true or is that false? The correct answer is actually true. The two people who do not know we're going to Zanzibar, I hope you haven't booked your flights yet to a different destination. We are going to Zanzibar in October, that is true. Let's see who's on the board. Paul, Steve, Son of Sam, myself, and Jack still up on the board. Next time we'll ask about the specific dates. Jean-Claude climbed up 3 places. Let's see if you can get on the board, Jean-Claude. Let's go to question number 6. What species of animal is most prevalent in the Arctic? Is it a penguin? Is it a lion seal? Is it an Arctic fox? Is it a polar bear? What species of animal is most prevalent in the Arctic? Penguin, lion seal, Arctic fox, polar bear. The correct answer is not a penguin, it is a polar bear. I think penguins are more prevalent in Antarctica, the south. Very tricky question there. Let's see who's on the board now. Hey, Paul, right behind you, Paul. Happy to pass Steve. Son of Sam is at 3,000 points. PA is now on the board, excellent. And Zayar is the highest climber with 7 places up. I think Steve missed out on the Antarctic question. Let's go to our penultimate question. Question number 7. What is the most popular currency in Africa? Is it the CFA franc? Is it the Naira? Is it the South African rand? Or is it the dinar? Tricky question here. What is the most popular currency in Africa? Is it the CFA franc? Is it the Naira? Is it the dinar? The correct answer is not the South African rand. The highest number of our community members are concentrated in South Africa. It's not just you guys. There's a huge population in West Africa. It is the CFA franc. I think spans quite a number of countries in the West African space. Let's see who's on the board now. Paul's there, Steve's there. I'm still third. Jacques is climbing up slowly and steadily. Sam is back on the board. 3 people dropped their answer streak. Oh, wow. All right, let's go to the last question. In 2020, China and Nepal declared Mount Everest which height? I think this was in the last convening as well. What is the height of Mount Everest as declared by China and Nepal in 2020? The correct answer is 8.8 thousand, well, 8,848.86 meters. Excellent. Oh, the last time was Kilimanjaro. This time was Everest. See, there's a mountain in every convening, so brush up on your mountain knowledge. Let's see who's on the board now. Right. At number 3, Sam. I think Sam, you're defining your title. At number 2, we have Steve. Excellent. And at number 1, Paul. Congratulations, Paul. You win this round. Thank you for participating. Runners up, myself and Mayu Lei. I think Mayu was a very first and high climber. So excellent. Thank you again for participating. We've got 2 more rounds tomorrow, so do check in for that. Somebody needs to dethrone Paul. And yes, no Googling is allowed. Paul got 8 out of 8 questions correct. Excellent. Sam got 6 out of 8. Steve got 5 out of 8. Thank you all for participating. Again, the results of these will be tallied, and we will share all the total winners on day 3 Thursday. So it is now 10 minutes past 3 p.m. UTC. We've got one final session. So I'm going to give you an extra 12 minutes break. So we'll come back at 20 past 3 p.m. UTC, that is 3:20 p.m. UTC, for the final session, which is led by Paul Macon and Paul Baker on bulk payments enhancement. So we'll take a 12-minute break and we'll be back at 20 minutes past the hour. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're just about 30 seconds to our final session of the day. That is bulk payments by Paul Macon and Paul Baker. I see both are.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Great. Paul, would you like me to share?
Yes, I would, please. It makes more sense for you to share because you've got the bulk of the slides.
Right, so this session takes us to the end of the day, so take it with both Pauls.
Thank you. Here's me making a huge enhancement, a huge assumption that people are back from the break. Anyway, let's carry on. So we wanted to bring you up to date with what's been going on with bulk transactions. There's a huge amount of work gone into this over the last PI, largely led by Paul Baker, who's going to present the majority of this. I'm just going to give some context at the start. So, Paul, should we move on? First of all, I wanted to provide some context. So please flick on, sorry. Why have we put so much effort into bulk in extending what is there at the moment and making sure it works the way that the organizations we're dealing with want it to work, or can support their various modes of operation? And the reason is that for Mojaloop, it is one of the most important use cases, the foundational use cases, probably second only to P2P. It forms the basis of a whole bunch of other slightly more complex use cases. So for an operator's perspective, you can look at bulk, electronic cash transfers, G2P, however you want to call it, these higher level use cases. They're infrastructural. They're what you have to have in place before you can do perhaps some of the more complex stuff, because you have to get money into people's wallets. However you choose to implement this, these are all use cases where you're getting money from a large organization and putting it in the pockets of ordinary people to spend. So obviously it supports salaries, but there's also social payments. So we're talking about COVID relief, we're talking about pensions, all that kind of thing. And we've also discovered through our experience in Myanmar with WinePay that actually bulk is really important for loan disbursements as well. There's lots of organizations that don't want to disperse loans one by one. They do what's the equivalent of a salary run at the end of the day or the end of the week to disperse all those loans all in one go. And that was a bit of a surprise to us, but it emphasized again just how important bulk is to Mojaloop and the community. Paul, next slide, please. So what's happening? Well, we have a bulk service within Mojaloop, and it works as advertised. But theory somewhat hit reality when we started rolling it out with WinePay. It wasn't sufficient to meet the real world need. So what we've been doing for the last actually now 2 PIs or 1.5 PIs is extending the bulk service to meet those real world requirements. In particular, in talking to people who want to use bulk payments, in particular electronic cash transfers, we found a whole load of subtleties around it that we really needed to accommodate. And that's what a lot of the work has been focused on. We've introduced a range of controls and parameters, not not me. It wasn't just about the controls and parameters. It was also about scale and things like timeouts and fees and all that kind of thing. So we've introduced a range of controls. Paul will talk about them in more depth in a while. But from my perspective, the three key parameters that we've added are a maximum fees limit, for example. So you say, I'm not prepared to pay more than, I don't know, $500 to do all of these tens of thousands of transactions, whatever it may be. And then how you carry out, do you do it as a single phase or a multiple phase? So do you say, here's my list, just complete it, just do the whole lot? Or can you just do the discovery phase on my list so I can see who I can actually reach? And then will you come back with that? And then I might modify the list and give it back to you, and don't bother with the discovery phase this time around. So that's the three ways of initiating the transaction to give people some control over identify who is going to receive the money and whether they really are in a position to receive those funds into the accounts that have been nominated. And then there's expiry, a timeout. If the whole thing is taking you like 24 hours, then maybe you want to time it out and try again. Well, you will of course get a list of which ones actually succeeded. So it's all about giving control to those people who are perhaps wanting to submit a list and have more complex requirements around controlling the transfers. Next slide, please. Yeah, the broader context as well, because we're not just aiming at WinePay. They informed a lot of our requirements, but we're thinking more broadly. We're thinking longer term as well. We're thinking about how do we get Mojaloop ready for integration with the wider ecosystem, because payments, astonishing to us payments people, but payments isn't actually everything. There's other things you have to do with your life as well. So we've been looking at integration with some form of digital identity service, and MoSIP is the obvious one simply because it is open source. But there would need, I mean, that's not such a difficult task because within the Mojaloop architecture, of course, we have ALS to handle routing. There would need to be some, as we call it, double tap looking up so identity to account, then account to DFSP. But that's not insurmountable. We've done something very similar in WinePay anyway with identifying accounts. Integration with some form of beneficiary management system, such as OpenG2P, that really would open up the whole bulk payment market to Mojaloop. And there's so much synergy between these three open source programs that it seems a logical thing to do. And I know that we are going to be spending time over the next 3 months, thereabouts, looking at that broader integration. So that's looking to the future rather than what we've done so far. And I think I should now hand over to Paul Baker to talk about what we've been doing now in the last PI. So Paul, over to you.
Thanks, Paul. Two Pauls. That's a great introduction as to why it's important. So I'm here today to go through some of the enhancements that we have been building into the bulk functionality into Mojaloop. So let me start off by talking about the functionality that we've got at the moment. To do that, I've put a very simplistic diagram together. So let me explain that. On the left side, we've got the bulk payer DFSP, who are really sending the bulk messages. And on the right side, we've got the bulk payee DFSP, who are receiving that bulk message and then doing the bulk disbursement. So, and then in the middle, we've got the Mojaloop bulk functionality as it exists at the moment. I've also enlarged the SDK scheme adapter in both the payer and the payee side. And the reason for that is that's going to be a key component that we are extending in these enhancements to be able to provide that extra functionality that Paul was talking about earlier. So why do we need to enhance it? And the reason is because the current functionality comes with some limitations. So I'm going to sort of talk through those limitations with the purpose of showing or being able to validate with the design later on that we in fact do cover all of those limitations. So let's start out with that. So on the payer side, we have a limitation with the number of transactions that you can include in a message. And in addition to that, a bulk message can only go to one payee DFSP. That implies that discovery has happened beforehand, so that you in fact know where the DFSP, where the transaction transfer amounts are going. And really implies that we need some complexity in the integration to be able to manage this. And then the SDK scheme adapter at the moment currently only supports synchronous bulk calls, and then that's a bit of a limitation that doesn't adapt to some of the use cases Paul mentioned. And then on top of that, well, as I mentioned, discovery is not part of it, but we do have a bulk quotes and a bulk transfers message within the Mojaloop, and they are separated like that and need to be called that way. On the payee DFSP side, we have also two limitations. The first one is that if we adding in a bulk use case into a scheme, we will need to support or to provide bulk support for anyone who can accept bulk payments. All payee DFSPs that can accept bulk payments need to enhance the integrations. And the integration that is supported currently is only a single phase integration, which means it may be vulnerable to reconciliation errors. So let me jump to the next slide. Okay, enhancements. So what are we planning on these enhancements? We are building on the design that are shown here. I'm calling it the PI 19 enhancements because we fully intend to complete this functionality in the next PI. And the enhancements that I'm going to be taking you through right at the moment are designed to overcome all of these limitations that I mentioned here. So next slide. Let's talk about the components that are going to be extended. The first component is the Mojaloop itself, the bulk functionality in the center. And we're extending it in two fundamental ways. The first one is we improving the test coverage of the current test sets. So we're going to improve the test coverage by adding in extra tests into the bulk ETK test collection. And then we're going to be incorporating that test collection into the ISC so that it can be run from the ISC pipeline. And that, of course, makes sense because then those tests can be used as deployment tests. Then lastly, we're going to be creating a test environment so that we can run those tests externally through the gateway. In other words, for example, through the SDK scheme adapter. Then we're going to be adding in a new functionality, which is adding in a patch notification in bulk transfers, and this allows us to have more complex integrations, so we can have a two-phase or reserve and commit phase integration into our backend system, which will reduce our reconciliation. Next, I would like to talk about the changes that we're planning on making on the SDK scheme adapter. And the SDK scheme adapter sits in two places. It sits on the payer side and on the payee side. The stuff that we're adding in on the payer side is really we're adding in the discovery call. And then on top of that, we will be batching the bulk messages. And this allows us to overcome two limitations. The first one is we can then send that bulk message to multiple payee DFSPs. So we're no longer limited to one payee DFSP. But on top of that, we also no longer are limited to the 1,000 transactions in bulk message. We can batch those out in thousands and therefore get the best of both worlds. Then there's another functionality that we're adding in, and that is the SDK scheme adapter we're going to be extending to allow asynchronous transfers. Now, this is important because some use cases cannot support synchronous calls because they take obviously a very long time. And it's really important that if something happens or a component in your system needs to restart in the middle of a batch transfer, that it picks up from where it left off, and it doesn't really need to restart or anything like that. An important consequence of this function that we are adding, this feature, this asynchronous feature that we're adding in, is that our previous design in our SDK scheme adapter was found to be wanting and would not have met the requirements for this asynchronous mode. So that feature is one of the driving forces in our sort of new architecture that we're pulling into the scheme adapter, which I'll be talking about just now. Then the last feature on the payer side that I've got there is this flexibility in the calling methods. So Paul Macon took us through some of those use cases that we went through. And you can see a wide variety of use cases. And the result is we want the system to be easy to integrate and flexible. And the result is we've added a whole lot of calling options into the API call that changes quite fundamentally how the system responds. Okay, and then we're also making changes on the payee SDK scheme adapter side, and really what we're doing here is if a bulk transaction or bulk integration has been built for that DFSP on the payee side, then we use it. But if one hasn't been built, then we will sort of demultiplex or break the bulk message as it comes in, and then send that message out as individual transfers, and then collate those results and send back a bulk message on the Mojaloop side. And the advantage in doing that is actually quite large. And the reason is it makes it much easier to take a new bulk case. Well, if you want to take a new use case of bulk live into a system, an existing scheme, let's say, for example, WinePay, where they've got 32 different DFSPs connected, then they don't need to modify each of the participants' integrations to extend them to include bulk. What they can do is just upgrade as is and get the system working, and then make changes to take advantage of the bulk payment when the need arises for the different participants. And they can do this in their own time. So this decoupling of the bulk functionality is, in fact, a massive advantage. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the options in the flexible calling of the bulk message. So we have an option to auto-accept party. This means that if your backend system doesn't have a facility for validating party information, then you don't need to deal with the complexity. You can just auto-accept it. And similarly, we've got something for quotes. So you can auto-accept a quote with a list of fee limits that you can provide in numerous currencies. So you can set those different fee limits, and we'll only accept the quote if that fee limit per transaction has not been violated. Okay. Then the next two options we've got is only validate party or skip party lookup, and that really allows us to have a bit of flexibility as to when the discovery gets called and how it gets called, just to provide that extra flexibility in the integration systems. Synchronous, asynchronous mode, we still want to support synchronous mode. When Paul Macon went through some of those use cases like payment of salary, some bulk messages are inherently small, so we don't really need to worry about asynchronous, and it's really advantageous to be able to provide that integration in a synchronous manner because it simplifies that integration build. So really what we're saying is we not only building the functionality, we're making it easy to integrate to your system. And then, as Paul mentioned, we have a bulk expiration, which is also important. Okay, so let's talk about the asynchronous feature and the consequence that it happened. So I would like to talk a little bit about the technical solution that's currently in the SDK scheme adapter. So currently it uses a really clever little mechanism using hub sub functionality of Redis to make sure that that even if the system has been scaled horizontally, that we receive the same message that was sent out and respond to the same provider. But that functionality stops working as soon as you go to an asynchronous model. So if there's, let's say if a part needed to restart, then that synchronous would end, you could recall it. Now, we don't actually want that functionality when we are talking about bulk with high volumes. So, and like I said before, one of the key features is if any part of the system needs to restart for whatever reason, we need it to pick up from exactly where it left off. Otherwise, you know, it causes other knock-on effects that then need new systems to deal with. So let's do it right from the beginning. And so the result of that is we needed to adopt a new architectural design in the SDK. And the one chosen is the same one that they're using in the reference architecture, which is the DDD, domain-driven design, and CQRS design. So, let me go back. There are some advantages in choosing that same design, besides the fact that it actually just solves the whole problem. And that is, we can reuse some of the tools that are being built by the reference architecture, and there's people and developers have got familiar with these tools and these design patterns, and we can reuse some of the libraries like the auditing, the Kafka, and the scheduling. And because it uses dependency injection, it is independent of infrastructure, and this seems really important because this is likely to be deployed in lots of different environments and with different participants and different scale of use cases. So to being able to configure the infrastructure so that it can run at a smaller scale or a much larger scale is a really big advantage. Now, this design does come with some disadvantages, and we've tried to cover those with trace headers supporting observability right from the onset, along with multiple levels of testing and unit testing, their integration and functional testing. Oh, I didn't talk about some of the disadvantages, and that is that additional complexity about having a distributed solution. So let's jump to the next slide. So I'm trying to talk about architecture, which is very technical at a very non-technical level. So I hope I'm doing all right here. But it does mean that I'm glancing over some of the ideas and not dwelling on them. And I'm going to do the same here. So the SDK scheme adapter, we're going to break this down into 4 parts. So we've got a backend API, an event handler, command handler, and then FSPIOP API. So the backend API really handles messages and talks to your backend core system. And FSPIOP really handles communication with Mojaloop. And then we've got an event handler and a command handler. Now, the reason why I want to show you this really rough pattern is because there's some real big advantages in using this design, and I want people to understand the consequence of using this design pattern. So let's say, for example, we've got a message coming in from our core backend system to perform a bulk action. and it goes to our backend API, which then passes it through to the event handler. Now, the event handler's responsibility is just to receive a whole lot of events and then issue commands, consequences of those events. So it then issues a command. Now, the command handler then interprets that command and then issues an action that needs to be done. So it sends a message to the FSP IOP, which then interacts with Mojaloop and comes back with a response. And that response goes to the event handler, which then interprets that event and then sends it through to the command handler, and the command performs the action it needs to and then responds to the backend API, which will then send back to your core banking system. Now, this design is really decoupled, and that's one of the big powerful parts of it. So so it can scale horizontally. So this isn't a scale problem. We can expand out the number of providers handling on the command handler or event handler, so we've got horizontal scaling. Then also reliability. So we can, if we capture these queues of messages in between, we can have a part of the system restart completely, and we can pick up from exactly where it left off. And that's one of the requirements that we need here. And lastly, is it becomes very easy to extend this functionality or customize it. And I'll give you two examples. Let's say we needed to put in a scheduling system for this bulk messaging. So we have a complex implementation where we need a complex scheduling of the bulk messages across a 24-hour period. So what we can do there is we could interrupt the flow here and then send it to some or add an extension into the command handler that allows for the scheduling, or a new component that performs that scheduling. And really, it's only that one part that needs to be modified to enable that complex level of functionality. So in other words, we are building on the current solution and without taking anything away, and creating something that can be very customized or to a particular solution, or is generic, however we decide to build it. Then here's another example. Let's say there's another system that you use to be able to verify accept parties. So complete third-party solution, and requires now a custom integration because of the mechanism that it needs to interact with. Now there's nothing stopping us from building in another unit into this, which can read off an event from the event handler, or the event handler can issue a command to that unit, and that unit can then respond and cause the appropriate auto accept party functionality, and then return with the result. So this decoupling of the components really means that we're designing this for the future, and so that it can be built on in levels in an agile way, adding in extending functionality, and really provide a rich solution. Okay, I hope they came across all right. So where are we now? So what we've done is we've broken up these extension requirements into 4 epics. We've got the design epic, we've got the MVP build, we've got the improving in the test coverage. So the MVP build and the improving of the test coverage, they're in progress at the moment. So they're being worked on. And then the last part of this, which is the extending the Mojaloop FSP IOP to include a bulk patch notification, that's been started already. It's gone to the CCB and been presented there. But from a build point of view, it's still sitting it out to do this. So that's where we are. That's our progress. Let's talk about the team of guys helping. It's not limited to these guys, but these are the main guys who are getting into the meat, making code changes. So thanks to this team. Emerson, Kevin, Miguel, Sam, Shashi, Shri, Vijay, and Yevan. Good work. And lastly, I've got a slide showing references. So we are building this in the open source. So you can follow it if you're interested in, and you can review some of the designs which has been published as PRs. So please follow these links. There's a Kanban board, there's the repo. We've got really good detailed design documentation, which is sitting in a PR at the moment. And when the right time comes, we will upload that in the formal Mojaloop documentations. And then we have that CCB issue on the bulk patch notification. You can check it out and have a look at the API changes that we're talking. Thanks. Over to you, Samin. Paul?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paul and Paul. We've got just about, maybe I'll give, I see a lot of chatter in the chat there, but looks like there's some great engagement. Thanks for always participating there. I think I'll give it to one question, if everybody wants to answer one question.
I think the chat line has brought all the questions out.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Quickly, Simeon, I just wanted to thank these guys for making so much progress in this. Basically, over this last PI, this is all of the ideas that had been worked on before, excuse me, are really coming together. And this is really great to see. The one thing that I think is called out in the chat that it's worth bringing forward is Pedro's note that, it's excellent to bring this pattern in because it's a simplifying way of thinking about the different ways in which the systems connect together. It does bring some complexity, and we should be careful about applying that, blindly, basically, and looking at it for benefit. And if we don't see that benefit, we should maybe rethink. But it's definitely a huge step forward on where we were. The other comment in the chat here is that there is a separation between the campaign management functions and the transfers. And it's important that what we recognize is whoever's in the room with the participant at the time the conversation's being had is going to be handed the requirement. And so if you're in there talking with them as Mojaloop, they're going to say, wouldn't it be great if you could format the phone numbers correctly, or if you could correct errors in the zip codes? And you have to recognize that that's not our job to do. We take payments properly addressed. In fact, we even help you address them to a point, and then we route them, or we don't, and we tell you why we didn't. It's up to a campaign manager to make a business out of making this other stuff easy. And of course, verifying that these people are real. They really do live in the village they say they live in, and not in an office tower in Nairobi. It's by using satellite imagery or whatever they do. That's their bailiwick. And once they've assembled the batch to hand it off, and what we've heard is, I think from the WinePay in particular, is that there are certain aspects of this work we said it's an easy thing to push onto the campaign manager. That if there isn't a campaign manager, as there is in the case of loan disbursements, they have to do this work themselves, and it's hard for them to do. And it would be hard for us to get 30 of them to do it the same way and get it right every time. So there's definitely advantage to doing some things like break bulk and reassembly, aggregation of results that not theoretically part of what we do, but that's not unreasonable. But there's a feature creep risk there. So that's my only, keep your shields on full when you take these meetings.
I would agree entirely. I would agree entirely, Miller. But if a participant, bear in mind that a participant is likely to be providing the financial side of the campaign manager service, and the campaign manager might be doing it on behalf of, I don't know, an NGO or a large corporate or anyone. So there is definite separation of responsibilities. But if a participant wants to do some of that, address validation, for example, that's up to them. It's absolutely nothing to do with us. But they might choose to do it on behalf of the campaign manager if they wanted to. But that's their decision, nothing to do with us. We just accept payments list and process them.
Brilliant. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks so much, Miller. I think we'll bring that to a close there. Thank you so much, Paul and Paul. For those of you who are able to, I'd like to invite you all to just come off video and wave. Just want to see who's joined us as we bring this to a close. Great to see all those lovely folks in your home offices and wherever else it is you may be. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Very familiar faces, some new. Great to see you all. Thank you for joining us. Oh, this is great. This is wonderful. I'm going to give everybody a chance to just quickly wave if your video will allow you to. Excellent. There we go. Oh, excellent. That's really good to see. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will regroup again tomorrow. For some of you, it might be tomorrow already at 11 a.m. UTC for day 2 of our convening. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a good rest of your afternoon, evening, or morning. See you again tomorrow.
Thank you all. See you.
Thank you all. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Everyone, bye.
Bye bye.